this morning's agenda, I want to make a few brief reminders. First, consistent with regulations, the committee will keep microphones muted to limit background noise on the WebEx platform. Members are responsible for unmuting themselves when they seek recognition or when recognized for their 5 minutes. Second, when members are present remotely in the proceeding, they must have their cameras on. If you need to step away to attend another proceeding, please turn your camera and audio off rather than logging out of the platform. Finally, please be advised that consistent with the advice of the Office of the Attending Physician, members and staff present in the hearing should wear face masks except when recognized to speak. I appreciate everyone's continued patience and cooperation to make reasonable precautions as we proceed this morning and to keep our staff and families safe. Our first order of business today is the Subtitle D Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to Trade Adjustment Assistance. Already this week, we've discussed at length some of the most substantial challenges American workers face in the modern economy: a lack of paid leave, inaccessible child care, and inadequate long-term savings. International competition can also pose hardships for our workforce, and that's why in the 1960s, Congress established the Trade Adjustment Assistance Act, or TAA. The COVID-19 pandemic's disruption of trade and critical U.S. supply chains played a role in the economy's downturn last year and the hardship that workers have endured. Based on the lessons of the last 18 months, as well as shortcomings identified well before the coronavirus struck, we are proposing significant increased investments in TAA programs. This strengthened commitment provides targeted assistance to workers, firms, farmers, and communities to ensure that the United States devotes the resources necessary to compete internationally in the 21st century. TAA provides a lifeline of key workforce development services and monetary support for workers who have lost their jobs due to trade dislocations. Our proposed investments will increase benefits to meet the specific needs of today's workers, expand eligibility, and restore program flexibility for workers, and streamline and improve the government's administration of the program. Importantly, funds will also go toward requiring new training and outreach that will help workers in historically underserved communities take advantage of the program and access its benefits. The TAA for Firms program already has a decades-long track record of success in providing timely and essential resources to firms facing increased competition from abroad, helping them to stay in business. With this proposal, we aim to build on that strong foundation, expand eligibility, invest in outreach to underserved communities and firms that may be eligible to receive assistance under this initiative, including the development of strategy to better serve minority and women-owned businesses. In the wake of the Great Recession, Congress created a TAA for Communities program that was meant to provide financial and strategic assistance to communities in the wake of trade disruption. For example, the closure of a local factory or service sector. Subtitle D proposes investments that will improve the program to ensure significant funding reaches trade-impacted communities, allowing them to rebuild the economic conditions that previously supported thriving working and middle-class communities. The TAA for Farmers program provides vital assistance to farms of all sizes, but has not received new funding in a decade. In an effort to ensure that farmers can effectively respond to growing import competition, we are dedicating resources to increase the amount of the program as it provides support for the enactment of short and long-term business plans. Our proposed investment also requires the Department of Agriculture to improve its outreach and support the small and historically disadvantaged farmers and groups that federal agricultural support policies have often overlooked. And finally, we propose revitalizing the TAA for community colleges and career training programs, which support the development of community colleges across the nation. It was the Ways and Means Committee that created this program back in 2009. And though we saw excellent initial success, it has lacked investment in recent years. With the $9 billion of new funding for the next 7 years, this program can again provide community colleges and students they serve with meaningful resources that help provide their success. It's extremely important that we approve this funding to strengthen and modernize TAA. This funding will allow these programs to be even more effective and better serve beneficiaries who are confronting challenges due to the competition overseas. Our workers, farmers, and businesses and communities are counting on us to provide this critical support. Now let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, for the purpose of offering an opening statement. Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since its inception, Trade Adjustment Assistance, TAA, has been a program designed to offset the anticipated adverse effects of free trade. While international trade agreements offer net benefits to our economy and workers by increasing access to foreign markets for U.S. goods and services, trade agreements can adversely affect some domestic industries and workers who face increased import competition. Congress created TAA in 1962 in conjunction with its decision to authorize the president to make an aggressive trade commitment terms in Geneva. Since then, Congress has almost always reauthorized TAA on a bipartisan basis, engaging in significant debate and compromise to develop balanced trade packages that include TAA, along with legislation that helps open foreign markets for U.S. products. For these reasons, we are disappointed that our colleagues in the majority have chosen to seek reauthorization for this program in this partisan context. Republicans believe that we need a strategy for creating new, high-paying, export-oriented jobs, as well as providing workers displaced by trade with income support and resources to help them return to the workforce quickly. Given our focus on finding new jobs for our displaced workers by trade, we simply cannot comprehend why our Democrat colleagues would allow 3 programs, job-creating programs, trade initiatives, in terms of the Trade Promotion Authority, the Generalized Systems of Preferences, and the Miscellaneous Tariff Bill to expire. These are critical programs we've been talking about for the last 6 months. Subtitle D of the Budget Reconciliation Bill contemplates a massive expansion of TAA in almost every area. It also relaxes the eligibility requirements for programs to such an extent that the relationship to trade is no longer apparent. I am concerned that it does not do enough to reform the various TAA programs to make them as efficient as possible and available. This leads me to the fiscal impact of this bill. The current bill increases funding for TAA for workers programs to $1 billion a year. This is more than double the $450 million per year authorized most recently. And this large increase is very hard for me to understand at a time when many job creators, at least in my district, but I hear across the country, inform me that they are eager to hire but can't find enough workers. The majority's bill also authorizes $1 billion a year in funding for TAA for community programs, notwithstanding the fact that the Obama administration decided to eliminate it after determining it was less effective and more costly than other programs. Yet, astonishingly, the majority now proposes to bring it back with authorized appropriations of $1 billion a year, an increase of 6,200% from the $15.8 million appropriated most recently in the FY 2010. And it authorizes $1.3 billion in funding for TAA for community college and career training programs, for which we previously appropriated $500 million per year. At the same time, the bill caps funding for TAA for firms and TAA for farmers. So it caps their programs at a mere $50 million a year. These numbers do not make sense and are not justified. Democrats maintain that this increase in funding is necessary given the disastrous impact that COVID-19 crisis has had on the U.S. economy and its worker. We've already appropriated trillions of dollars of direct spending to address the pandemic job dislocation effects. TAA is a program for workers, firms, and farmers displaced by trade and import competition. With this bill, Democrats propose to blur the line between TAA and other federal-funded unemployment support and redevelop programs. This is the wrong approach, and we should instead be creating jobs through trade while reforming TAA programs to make them more efficient and effective for both workers and job creators. And let me also just add, we've had tremendous program momentum in terms of USMCA, and it's a big win for not only Ways and Means, but I think Congress and America and our partners. And I'd like to think that we can build momentum on that. It just seems like we're so bogged down the last 9 months. I want to get back to looking at trade deals in general. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Just before the committee proceeds to consideration of Subtitle D, I'd like the committee members to observe a moment of silence in anticipation of the memories that still haunt us from 20 years ago. Many of us were in the city. Many of us retreated to this room, in fact, as we witnessed that horror, acknowledging the 3,000 innocent men and women who lost their lives, many dedicated to public service. So if we could just observe a moment of silence while we're all together, that would be very appropriate. I thank the members and staff. The committee will now proceed to consideration of Subtitle D. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. Let me now turn to Alexandra Whitaker, Staff Director for the Subcommittee on Trade, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with emphasis on changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee print for Subtitle D updates the trade adjustment assistance programs to support Americans facing hardship due to trade and international competition. For over 40 years, the TAA programs have served millions of workers affected by foreign trade and provided opportunities for those workers to obtain the skills, credentials, resources, and support to return to work and rebuild the economy. The TAA programs reverted in July of this year, which resulted in significantly lower funding levels and caused workers to lose benefits. This committee print provides new investments in the TAA programs for workers, firms, and farmers for 7 years and addresses shortcomings by expanding eligibility, increasing funding, improving benefits, and streamlining federal and state administration. It also establishes the TAA for Communities program and re-injects funding into the TAA for Community Colleges program. The chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute modifies the committee print for Subtitle D to make the following typographical and clarifying changes. On page 57, lines 3 and 11, the word consortia is deleted and replaced with consortium. On page 57, lines 7 through 8, subparagraph A is deleted. On page 58, line 22, the M dash is deleted. On page 59, line 9, the phrase assisted with is deleted and replaced with supported by. On page 59, line 12, the word populations is deleted and replaced with population in the singular. On page 59, line 13, the phrase subsection C is deleted and replaced with subparagraph C. On page 59, lines 13 to 14, the clause, a program supported with such funds, is deleted and replaced with the phrase, such a program. On page 59, line 18, the word programs is deleted and replaced with the phrase, a program. On page 61, line 16, the word of is inserted between clause 2 and paragraph 2A. And finally, on page 61, line 23, the phrase in paragraph 2 is inserted at the beginning of the line. With that, that concludes my walkthrough. I'm happy to respond to any technical questions about the amendment from members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker. Are there any questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, is recognized.
Thank you. Wonder if you could, there are various categories within the TAA, could just highlight for us the total cost budgeted, proposed for the entire package of TAA and what percentage increase that is over the previous year.
The total cost that's estimated is $21.9 billion, $22 billion for all of the programs. The question
hard to hear you. I'm sorry.
The total cost that's estimated for all of the programs is $21.9 billion. The question related to the percentage, I have to do some math, but I can sort of get you a percentage shortly.
Yeah, it's a massive increase over the previous year. I'd like to talk about two specific line items. The TAA for communities. This is a program that the Obama administration in 2012 requested zero appropriations for. And in fact, Mr. Chair, I have a document, the 2012 budget request from the administration that I'd like to enter into the record.
So ordered.
Thank you. And they requested zero down from 16 million because they considered other programs more effective. They said, additionally, while the TAA program is designed to meet an important need, the outcomes of the program demonstrate less effective results than other EDA investments. Further, this program has high administrative costs, a fact which significantly reduces the program's return on investment. You're now proposing $1 billion on this. Have you consulted the Commerce Department on the level of funding?
There have been consultations with the administration, yes.
And what was their recommendation?
Your question regarding the recommendation is not related to sort of the text of the technical sort of knowledge with respect to the text of the amendment?
All right, maybe someone else can answer that later. I'd be interested in that answer. And then the second program I'd like to ask about is the TAA for firms. President Biden requested 13 million down from a base level of 13.5 million. And I'd like to submit that request into the record as well, Mr. Chairman.
So ordered.
And so 13.5 down to 13, and we're now considering legislation that would increase the total funding to 50 million. Have you consulted with the Commerce Department regarding the need for that level of funding?
My answer is the same as it relates to the other one. Yes, there have been consultations with the administration.
Again, I'd be interested in an explanation from someone else in regards to what their comments were on that. The ranking member of the subcommittee mentioned TPA, GSP, and NTB, all programs that we believe create jobs rather than helping individuals who've been displaced by jobs. Are there any proposals to renew those within this?
Within the committee print of subtitle D, no.
Do you know why?
Again, that's outside of sort of the technical exercise of this exchange.
Again, I think as Republicans, there are a lot of questions we have here. It's interesting to us that we're reinvesting multiple times more for individuals who are losing jobs as a result of trade policies that will be implemented. It's also interesting that we're putting a trade item in this bill. And this is a bill that Democrats, I believe will help the economy and create jobs. Why would we be investing billions of dollars, millions and billions of dollars additionally to help individuals who are displaced and who lose their jobs as a result of these policies if we expect that these policies will be increasing the number of jobs that are available?
I understand your question, but I think questions regarding policy choices are outside of the scope of this exchange regarding the technical.
The staff answers technical questions, and the policy questions, I think, would be left to those who are elected, those who are appointed by the executive who has made these requests. And if I might just, it's having a pretty strong history on trade. I think and feel very strongly that we all have to acknowledge that there are large parts of the American family that have been left out of the success that good trade policy would generally inaugurate. So I also want to make the argument here, Mr. Slucker, if I might, that we're also attempting to really refurbish support at the community college level so that people can move on to another career as well.
May I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Sure, by all means.
Thank you. And I hope that we have a discussion about that. The fact that the one area of trade that is addressed in this bill is premised on the fact that people will be losing jobs. We as Republicans believe that we could implement policies that would generate jobs, both in trade and in economic policy. And so I'd like to hear an explanation from the chair or from any other member why you feel that this additional investment, massive increase, is important when we could be implementing policies that will create new jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. I would volunteer the following, and I hope that other members might be interested as well, but there is a broad agreement in the trade arena that the agricultural states did pretty well. At the same time, manufacturing in many of the old industrial states was significantly harmed. And I know that that would be the case in parts of my constituency as well, particularly in the hand tool industry that would come to mind. And asking American workers to compete when there is an artificial wage subsidy in other parts of the world has not put many of our workers who through no fault of their own were left behind. So I think trying to smooth out some of those opportunities through community colleges makes a good deal of sense.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Blumenauer is the Trade Subcommittee Chairperson, and I would recognize him. I'll come back to Mr. Rice.
Thank you very much. I look forward, and I will be making some comments in a few minutes. I hope that we're going to be able to focus on things that will make a difference. We all recognize that the benefits of trade have been unequal. It has provided some very significant advantages and improvements for a number, but there are communities that have been disadvantaged. The impacts have been localized. The benefits are very broad. I appreciated my friend and colleague, Congressman Buchanan, and some of his comments. I totally agree on building on some of the momentum and success we had about the opportunities to revise NAFTA. Well, part of what is embedded in this legislation speaks to being able to build on that. And I just would point out that we have worked to try and get some bipartisan movement on this, rather than trying to tie this legislation to other items that are not directly related to it, to try and build on successes. I was frustrated that our Republican friends would not even agree for a short-term extension as was passed in the Senate. And I hope we can have a reset today to walk through some of those items and have a broader discussion. I think there are sound answers. I think there has been a very productive series of hearings that we've had dealing with the program, and the legislation we have before us today reflects that. And I look forward to that discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. I want to make sure that people are heard on this, but I would make one suggestion. Mr. Buchanan is up next as the ranking member of the subcommittee. But this is about the technical parts of the bill. We'll have an opportunity to debate the merit of it as we proceed to right after this striking the last word. So why don't we recognize Mr. Buchanan at the moment, because we did recognize the Trade Subcommittee Chair.
Yeah, well, let me thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I enjoy working with both of the chairmen, and I know that everybody's sincere. We want to move this along, but from this bill being a partisan bill, we get hit with, and I'm just thinking back again as a business guy for 30 years, when you get whatever it is, a 6,200% increase, we just want to have an understanding. Why are we going there? What's the rationale? Because somebody that's run businesses, and some have and some haven't, when you get that kind of an increase, you want to know why we're going down that road to that magnitude. It's 20%, 40%, it's one thing, but 6,200% is a big number. And maybe that's not on the technical side, but I know that we've talked quite a bit about trade and where we're at and where we're trying to go. But the bottom line is that's just something that really popped out at me as a business guy looking at this. And that's why I wanted kind of a general understanding. You gave part of that, but I don't know if there's anything more you could add. That was the thing that really popped out to me. And then farmers and firms were pretty flat. So I didn't know what the rationale was, one reason or another, how you came up with a number, why it's not 8,000 or 2,000% increase. I don't know. So that's I just wanted to make that comment and throw it out there.
Thank you, gentlemen. So what I'm going to suggest is that Mr. Rice, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Smith have all asked to be recognized. And I would prefer that we do that after we get through the technical side as we move to striking the last word. I think that makes the most sense. So if we have other technical questions for the staff, we could accomplish that now, and then we will move to the members, including Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a technical question.
Go ahead. Mr. Rice is recognized on a question.
Yes, ma'am. What I want to know is kind of what the chairman, the ranking member on the trade subcommittee was just asking. This figure of $1 billion in annual funding, I understand the last iteration of that, the annual funding figure was $450 million. So, and I also understand that the enrollment in the program has dropped from 230,000 people in 2010 to 23,000 people in 2019. So that's a 90% drop. And we're asking for an increase of $450 million to $1 billion a year. I'm just curious, how did you arrive at that $1 billion figure? I mean, is that done? Is there any metric behind it, or does that just sound good? A nice round number. Let's pull it out of the air.
I understand your question, and I think you're asking about sort of the choices and the decision to use that number. I think that's better suited for an exchange with the members. I'm happy to sort of explain sort of what's included in the text, but the justification and the rationale and the reasons behind that number, I believe, are better suited outside of this technical exercise. Okay,
ma'am. So you're saying you can't answer that question. You know, what I want to know is, when have we had a chance to ask that question before we're marking up a bill that we've never seen until 2 days ago? When was the hearing on this where we could have asked that question?
We had a hearing, the subcommittee chair had a hearing earlier this year on TAA. The bill has been introduced in June.
And you proposed $1 billion for annual funding at that hearing?
The proposal was included in a bill that was introduced by members of the House, including the members of this committee, back in June before the program reverted.
The answer is we've never had a chance to discuss this. We've never had an opportunity to look at these funding figures. This is laid on our laps 48 hours ago, and here we're asked to vote on this multi-billion-dollar bill, massive expansion of this program, more than doubling the annual funding. Of course, you know, I understand why we need to have more funding for Trade Adjustment Authority, because the policies that we are doing in this $3.5 billion debacle will absolutely make the country less competitive, and we will lose jobs as a result of it. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Arrington is recognized to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is technical in nature. I certainly have policy commentary, but I will save that for the appropriate time. But as we look to make it easier for workers to become eligible for this program, and as we look to propose increases in wage subsidies and cash allowances, I think it's important to just get confirmation on the numbers of people participating in the program. My understanding is, and Ms. Whitaker, this is a question for you, in fiscal year 2010, for the Trade Adjustment Assistance for Workers program, there were 230,000 eligible participants in the program. Can you confirm that number? And then can you tell me what the number is today of eligible participants? and again, I'm not asking you to make policy. I just would like to know those numbers.
Turn your
I'm sorry,
microphone
I can't
on,
hear
Ms.
you.
Whitaker, please.
I apologize. To give you the sort of the confirmation and the current numbers on the workers program, I will check with my team and try to provide an answer to you as soon as possible in writing.
Okay, if you can get that to me during this discussion, I'll announce it to the rest of the group. My understanding is it's gone from 230,000 to roughly 23,000. So something's not working here, and we're talking about doubling down on it. I think we all want to help, but we need to make sure it's effective towards the desired outcome. So I'm just going to note that my concern, and I'll announce that when Ms. Whitaker gets me the information. Ms. Whitaker, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank the gentleman. Dr. Fergus is recognized to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's my understanding that on this, any sort of worker or any worker that's displaced or community that's been harmed by trade provisions would be eligible for these dollars.
We've expanded the eligibility requirements to include workers that have been impacted by export losses. So before it's been focused mostly on import competition. And so we've expanded it to include, as you mentioned, sort of.
Okay, so workers that work in our energy sector, those that were working on the Keystone Pipeline, those that are working in natural gas and shale and Western Pennsylvania, since the Biden administration has shut down energy independence in America, and we are now and is now calling on OPEC to produce that oil, and we have to import it. Would those energy workers would they be eligible for this type of retraining in these funds?
I think the Department of, I think that the administration would have to do an analysis on the specific facts affecting those workers. But workers who are impacted by trade broadly, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, would be covered by the new eligibility criteria that's included in the text.
So it's the administration that decides who gets these dollars, not Congress.
The bill sets out an eligibility criteria. The administration will implement that based on the criteria that the members of Congress have included in the text.
Does the criteria fit those energy workers who have been displaced because of these policies?
I understand your question. I think in order to give you an accurate answer, there has to be a full analysis based on the eligibility criteria included in the text.
Well, I mean, we've eliminated tens of thousands of jobs in the energy sector, and we're relying more on foreign imports of oil from OPEC. And so now we're about to vote on this bill, and we don't even know if it's going to affect the very people that have been displaced because of these policies.
Hopefully this is helpful. The changes included in the text are expanding the amount of workers who could be eligible. So potentially yes, but I can't give you a definitive answer without doing sort of a thorough analysis.
Okay. All right. So potentially yes, but not yes. So these workers that have been displaced because of the administration's policies on energy still are left hanging with this particular bill.
I'll repeat what I said before, that the eligibility criteria has been expanded, and workers who could not have filed petitions before can file petitions now. So potentially, yes.
So would you suggest that in order to clarify that during this markup, we should offer an amendment that would specifically include those energy workers?
What I'm stating is
I don't think that the staff should be recommending amendments to the committee members or offering a comment on what the amendments should look like.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to get clarity.
Sure, ask the question. That's fine.
On this, because this is an important part of our economy that has certainly been harmed. And while my colleague from Oregon made a really good point that the benefits of trade tend to be very broad, that there tend to be local impacts, and this is certainly an area of local impact. And so I'm just trying to get to the bottom of how do we make sure in this legislation that we take care of this important sector of our economy?
That's a fine question.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, is recognized to question the witness.
Nebraska.
Oh, I'm sorry. Smith's just come to mind. Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all of our colleagues here for gathering. I guess for the technical parts, let me just confirm. In the text of the bill, is there anything that addresses the MTB or GSP issue?
No.
Okay. As we have been hearing the numbers and the amount of dollars and so forth proposed, would any of the assistance be accessible by the employers right now looking for employees to fill vacant job positions? Would there be any assistance there?
There's assistance given to workers who are displaced by trade, to firms, as well as you know, farmers, communities, and there's money given to community colleges.
Okay, I should probably reserve some of my commentary for a later time in the process. I just find it amazingly unfortunate that we're not addressing the very obvious items that our economy needs right now, and I'll reserve further comment. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized to question the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure, because I was breezing through this. A trading partner, let's say they make it's less about a trade agreement, it's less about subsidizing a certain product, but they adopt a tax provision in their country that makes them more productive. We raise taxes, therefore their product coming into the country is they do more exporting, we do less exporting from our side. Would that qualify for trade adjustment? The retraining, the money for also the businesses that have been damaged by U.S. adoption of a different type of corporate or trade tax policy compared to another country becoming more productive with their tax policy.
If there can be a demonstration that job losses were due to a decrease in import, that deals with sort of, it affects import competition as well as sort of a loss of exports, then yes, it would be covered.
So it's not the triggering event. It's not like a illegal subsidy coming from the government or something of that nature. If the United States adopted a higher international or higher corporate tax rate and therefore became less productive, so therefore our exports fall, we in turn around subsidize the very businesses that are hurt by us raising our taxes.
Can you repeat? I don't know if I'm following your example.
If the United States, so you have a business, you export to other countries.
Yes.
We raise U.S. taxes, so therefore the cost of your product went up, therefore making the imported product more competitive. We would go and subsidize that very business and those workers because of our own tax policy.
I guess I would just repeat sort of what the eligibility criteria is within the tax. I would just
I'm
repeat.
So sorry, you're very faint.
I would repeat what the eligibility criteria is in the text by stating that we've expanded the eligibility criteria to include lost exports as well as the traditional import competition element of the original program.
Okay, so I think you and I are seeing it the same way, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate is our own bad decisions that would lower our export competitiveness. We then turn around and subsidize the workers and businesses for our own bad tax policy. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. If there are no other questions of the witness, we would proceed to those members who would like to strike the last word. And Mr. Pascrell is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Back to you, Kevin.
I move to strike the last word.
I'm sorry. Mr. Blumenauer should have been recognized as the Trade Subcommittee Chair, but Mr. Pascrell, would you yield to him?
I'll wait.
Okay. Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you for your courtesy, Bill, Mr. Chairman. I am moved to strike the last word. I'm pleased to offer my support for this subtitle D for our reconciliation package. This package of investments and improvements to the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program will establish a high watermark for each program, providing increased financial support and resources to workers, firms, farms, and communities negatively impacted by trade. And the overlay of COVID, I think, is a distorting factor in terms of apples to oranges comparisons, because we're doing this in a time of unparalleled turmoil in the economy. This package is the result of a significant amount of research and consultation with a wide variety of stakeholders. As a result, these provisions have garnered support from many labor unions, think tanks, community colleges, workforce development organizations, among many others. I'm pleased that we've included this package in the committee's Build Back Better plan. We began our public engagement on TAA with trade subcommittee hearings on the subject earlier this year. And at that hearing, we heard from numerous experts that highlighted how important this program is to American workers. We also heard directly from people like Otto Thomas, a worker in New Jersey, who described how the program was able to support his transition into a new good-paying job after he lost his previous job due to trade. In addition, the witness provided their views on how to improve the program before it reverted to the lower funding levels this year. Our committee translated a number of these recommendations highlighted at our subcommittee hearings and many others with the modernization and reauthorization proposal that we introduced earlier this year. This has been on the table for months. Our aim was to reauthorize the program before the so-called reversion on July 1st of this year. Reversion is an incredibly detrimental policy that automatically cuts TAA workers program in half. One example of the harmful reversion is that it cuts out service workers entirely, a particularly detrimental impact on workers of underserved communities. Unfortunately, we have not had the partnership that I had hoped to have with my Republican friends. The program lasts into reversion on July 1st and remains so today. We couldn't even find bipartisan support, as I mentioned a moment ago, to extend the program a modest period of a month like was done in the Senate. In the face of serious negative impacts on U.S. workers, we've been left with no alternative than to move forward with trade adjustment assistance in this package we're considering today. It's imperative that we take immediate action to support the workers negatively impacted by reversion and make key and long overdue improvements to the underlying TAA programs. The proposals we're considering are historic investments in these programs. And yes, they are funding increases. And I'd be prepared to argue that these are important funding increases to be able to help people who are impacted, particularly in a time of COVID. We're raising funding caps to ensure that the workers and states have the necessary funds to effectively carry out these changes. We've provided increased new support for the TAA for Firms programs that has maintained strong bipartisan support over many decades, and I hope it'll be evidenced here today. We're revitalizing the TAA for Farms program to ensure that smaller farmers impacted by trade have access to support. Too many of our programs are geared to large commodity producers and not diverse agricultural producers that deal with specialty crops. We've also provided renewed support to communities impacted by trade. The need to address this issue is clearly highlighted at our issues, and I want to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Kildee, who's brought incredible leadership on this subject to the committee. Our proposals include investments in our community colleges. We funded the last TAA for community colleges in 2010. Our proposal to step up investment and key improvement to ensure students are more effectively served under this program, one of the most widely accepted and supported. In summary, this is a comprehensive set of investments in the TAA programs. I strongly urge my colleagues to support the proposal, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trade is bipartisan and with very few exceptions, trade adjustment assistance has been extended on a bipartisan basis linked with new trade rules for the president or new trade agreements that level the playing field for American workers and farmers. So it begs the question, why are we bloating up trade adjustment assistance when there is no trade agenda? It's like buying 3 spare engines and you don't own a vehicle. As you know, it's not enough to buy American. We need to sell American. But President Biden has imposed a de facto trade moratorium where we are dead in the water. President Trump fully notified Congress about negotiations with the UK, Japan, China, and Kenya, open discussions with the EU when they would be ready. But under this president, it's zero, nada. And not only that, but President Biden doesn't even want trade authority to negotiate new trade agreements. It's how can you, quote, fight for U.S. workers when you don't want the authority to do it, you don't want the tools to do it, and you don't want to be anywhere near the arena. So why is America sitting on the sidelines? Why our foreign competitors are on the trade field aggressively dividing up the world's customers for their farmers and their workers, but we're nowhere near that. Look, EU has reached new trade agreements with Japan, China, with 14 of the Asia Pacific countries, UK new agreements with Japan, Europe, Australia, and working toward one with Asia Pacific, and we are nowhere to be seen. We need to build on the historic bipartisan support for USMCA, where this committee and this chairman, this ranking member, and all these are my colleagues work together to create a new trading relationship with Mexico and Canada. We should be building off that framework. America needs to lead. Our workers can't afford this administration to huddle in the corner, afraid to even begin negotiations to create a level playing field for our American farmers and workers. I'll close with this. My guess is this really isn't the issue, trade adjustments. There are 41 or so, last time I counted, different job training programs in the federal government. My guess is we're going to see all of them bloated up because when this committee and this reconciliation process concludes with job killing taxes that are an economic surrender to our foreign competitors, we're going to go back to the bad old days where we saw American jobs moving overseas, American manufacturing moving overseas, American research and innovation and headquarters all moving overseas. We haven't seen, as you know, these job-killing tax hikes, but by most measurements, they will put at risk or kill up to 4 million American jobs over time. That's what's at the heart of this. I think we need to stop talking about how we muscle up job training programs and how we work together to actually keep America as the most competitive economy on the world, how we fill these over 10 million job openings, how we make sure we're not surrendering economically to China and Russia, Europe, and the Middle East. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Kind, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do move to strike the last word at this time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me first of all say that, listen, I share a lot of the frustration that I'm hearing from my Republican colleagues today that in the first year of the new administration, we don't have a more robust trade agenda taking place. Yes, TPA authorization did expire July 1. We still have to get the GSP and MTB legislation across the finish line. In an ideal world, as was done in the past, we would marry the TPA reauthorization with TAA reauthorization. But which is not surprising is every new administration tends to take a domestic focus in the first year, and the trade agenda follows shortly after that. That's just the reality that we're facing this year. But the other reality is we've lost TAA authorization based on the previous funding levels, as our ranking member, Mr. Blumenauer, just said on July 1st. We did approach Republican leadership asking for a short-term extension of the current TAA program just to buy some time so it can catch up with the larger trade agenda, but that was rejected out of hand. I want to commend Chairman Blumenauer, the chairman of our trade subcommittee, for his tenacious focus on not just TA reauthorization, but trying to position TPA so we can move forward in a bipartisan fashion, as well as Chairman Neal, who's been very supportive of not only a good trade agenda, but the support and the supplemental programs that are needed to make sure that trade is working for all Americans and not leaving anyone behind. And in all due respect to the ranking member Brady, even though we don't have bilateral, multilateral negotiations taking place, it doesn't mean trade has stopped. There's still exports taking place and imports coming in. We all love, as members of Congress, to be able to talk about being able to make things, produce things, invent things, grow things that we can sell to the other outside world because they need it, which will help our businesses, our farmers, our workers at home. But we also need to be realistic, that trade is a two-way street, that there are many imports that do come into this country that have an adverse effect on workers and their jobs. That's due to economies of scale that other countries have, comparative advantages that other countries have, but also because of a strong dollar policy that previous administrations have pursued for decades, which have made imported products cheaper for American consumers. And that sometimes leads to job displacement to workers here in this country. And when that happens, we need to step up and be able to provide assistance to get them reintegrated into good paying jobs again. But I also want to be honest, too, that as a member who's been around for many TPA and TAA reauthorizations, our Republican colleagues, has been less than enthusiastic whenever it's come to TAA reauthorization. I remember previously how difficult it was to get bipartisan consensus on just extending health care benefits to displaced workers, because our Republican colleagues didn't want to do that. And they always wanted to underfund programs when we could show a demonstrated need to increase funding for it. That's what I think we're trying to accomplish with this TA reauthorization bill before us today. It's recognizing the need that does exist in our economy. I had a large paper manufacturing firm, Versal, in the northern part of my district in Wisconsin Rapids, where 950 workers woke up one morning with good paying jobs, only to be told that due to imports and foreign competition, those jobs would be gone in a few months. There is nothing more scary in a person or their family's life outside of a healthcare crisis than to be told that you're going to lose a good paying job. And many of those workers under the old TAA program were able to take advantage of job retraining programs, the healthcare subsidy to maintain healthcare coverage for their families, wage replacement subsidies. Many of them went to the Mid-State Technical School for job retraining. Yes, there are many jobs that are available today, but we also need to recognize that there's a skills gap for many of those higher jobs. And that's what TAA is, workers who have just lost their job, upgrading skills so they can get reintegrated into good paying jobs in their own community. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. I'm also happy that there's greater focus on farm impacts of trade, especially for smaller family farm operations, non-commodity producers. We're expanding that TAA coverage for them. So for all these reasons, not that this is a perfect bill, but it's necessary to move forward because of the expiration of the old bill. And I would hope my Republican colleagues today would recognize that in the context of our larger trade agenda and support what we're trying to do here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Smith from Nebraska is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A very timely discussion I think we are having here. I appreciate my colleague from Wisconsin articulating perhaps what might be happening with the trade agenda from the administration. Let's face it, the previous administration had trade as a very high priority. One of the results was, I think, one of the most bipartisan approvals of a trade agreement ever with USMCA It came perhaps a little bit later than it should have, but it got done. A lot of folks said it couldn't get done. And the fact that it was so bipartisan, I was hoping would be a springboard or a launching pad for further trade agendas, regardless of who might occupy the White House. And for all the criticism leveled at President Trump, the previous administration, I think it is extremely unfortunate that we are here today, virtually no trade agenda. Let's face it. The results of the last few months of policy is that we have more imported oil. And I don't think that should be considered a priority. We have the MTB and GSP legislation bipartisan in support. And I'd be curious if Mr. Blumenauer would be willing to answer a question, a clarification perhaps on MTB and GSP. Would Mr. Blumenauer yield to some questions? Mr. Blumenauer, is there a time frame for passage of GSP and MTB legislation in place?
Mr. Smith, we're trying to deal with things that we can deal with sequentially. This is something that with the TAA, we think there's a foundation to move forward. We put legislation, as you know, out earlier this year for both GSP and MTB. There are areas here building on what we did with the NAFTA approval that reflected, for example, environmental standards, labor standards. We want those programs going forward before they're reauthorized to reflect the progress that we did with the NAFTA approval. We have not been able to agree with our Republican colleagues to be able to put those elements in it. We're not interested in moving forward if we're going to turn our backs on the reforms that we fought for and achieved on a bipartisan basis.
Okay, reclaiming my time, I would suggest that because there is significant bipartisan agreement on GSP and MTB, that we have opportunity to move forward. And I mean, it has expired at the end of last year. And now we are looking at, as was alluded to earlier, we are looking at helping folks harmed by trade when we have self-inflicted wounds of trade by not passing GSP and MTB legislation. I think it's lost opportunity more than anything. But here we are with such a significant increase in spending that it looks like the most diligent effort is to come up with more ways to spend money rather than really targeting, analyzing first, and then targeting the resources as needed. And I just think that it's irresponsible to legislate in such a manner, because I think it's most harmful to workers themselves, and especially when you see the dismissive tone from the administration as it relates to so many workers, especially in the energy sector. The American people want us to do better. They want us to do better than what this legislation points out, or certainly the absence of things that could be done, especially on a bipartisan basis. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm very disappointed that I've had some people have amnesia when we discuss many aspects of trade over the last several years, particularly amnesia. If you refer to history and what really happened and who supported, this was a bipartisan piece of legislation way back. And the fact that we were unable to get legislation passed for reauthorization this July is out of context. It's true, but it's out of context. Understand the history. Now, what the legislation calls for, that's before us today, not illusionary, is, first of all, we've added to the healthy eligibility factor, which was discussed in questions before, very good questions, is now when a plant is about to close and has been announced, those workers are eligible now. They don't have to wait till the plant to close. That's number one. I'll give you three of them. There's a whole list of them in my legislation. I hope you read it. You get a chance to read it. So the announcement of a plant closing, that would be a factor. It would be information beforehand, before it actually closes. So that we resuscitate, as I would call it, we'd resuscitate TAA. The communities now are eligible where these plants would be closing. The expanded opportunities for farmers. The former, I tip my hat to Mr. Kildee. That's just three. Just three. The continued relocation of good jobs to Mexico or any other country by big business who has responsibility for us losing jobs, by the way. They're never discussed in this room. Never. So we blame the governments and we blame, well, it takes two to tango. And we know what goes on in these countries to hurt American workers. We want trade. We want fair trade. No one need be hurt. It's incalculable damage that we're talking about here, because we don't see it usually. Fired workers face terrible burdens in being made whole. My constituents know this story too well. The Mandela's closing is a storied cookie factory in North Jersey, terminated approximately 600 jobs. Good jobs, good paying jobs. Tragically, the workers suffering from the closure were denied access to this important retraining program. They were denied it. I was there. I saw it. I'm a prime witness. They were denied it. This bill includes language, and we've worked on this for quite some time, to close the loophole by making it easier to access crucial trade adjustment assistance. This program needs to be revived. For in our ingenuity in creating these trade deals that we march down the street and parade over, and then we don't look at the consequences many times. How many American jobs have been lost since? So I thank the staff. I'm concluding, Mr. Chairman. I thank the staff for helping fix this technical failure and for supercharging the retraining program. Trade adjustment assistance can be more than funeral insurance for workers at shattered firms.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Kelly is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I thought it was really wonderful that we stood today and remembered the victims of 9/11. I would also like to just for a second talk about the veterans that we all represent back home, and especially those that are looking at the Afghan situation. And I have a member of my staff, John Cuneo, who is an Afghan war veteran. I'd also like to take a moment to thank them for their 20 years of service and putting their lives on the line to make sure that our home country was not attacked. And I think that's something that's gone forgotten. And when I talk to our veterans, some of them who have made this sacrifice, lost colleagues, and have been marred for their life through some type of an injury, are wondering, was it worth it? And my answer to John and to every veteran out there is, you are incredible heroes. And we need to thank you for your service, and we need to thank you for keeping us safe for 20 some years. I think we forget that too often because we get caught up in this other melee. Now, after saying that, I just am trying to remember in the last administration something called the USMCA. And I thought that was remarkable what we were able to come together with, and Ambassador Lighthizer spent so much time talking with us and asking us, and we had a chance to go back and forth with issues that were really important to each of us in the districts that we represent. It would have been nice if we could have done that again. So let's just say that, you're only good or bad by comparison. And I just want to bring this up because I think it's wonderful that we're talking about it today. But here's something I want everybody to think about. FDR's New Deal programs were passed incrementally over 2 presidential terms with overwhelming Democratic majorities. Democrats created the Great Society over 2 years with supermajorities. Obamacare was hashed out over 9 months before Democrats enacted it into law with 56 votes in the Senate. In the 2017, in comparison, only good or bad by comparison, in 2017, the GOP tax reform was debated for months and its principles for years before Congress voted on it. I want to echo what Ms. Murphy had said yesterday. She would love to have been part of the discussion. She would have loved to have been part of the debate. She actually would have loved to actually know what was in this bill before she was being asked to vote on it. My whole life, I have been in a business where you have to negotiate. It requires somebody has a product that they want to sell and a person who wants to buy. I will say this again. I tell my colleagues back home and my friends, you know what? In my whole life, in the business I've been in, the automobile business, I have never been able to sell a guy a car who wants to buy a truck. And if you really want your negotiations to work and go through, then it is really important to have bipartisan involvement. It is really important to reach across the aisle and actually talk with us. It's really important to come up with something that makes sense for all Americans. How in the world did we get to a process where we are going to spend $3.5 trillion with no debate, no panels of discussion, this is the way it is, take it or leave it? This is not the way America works. And I think it's wonderful that we have a chance to come in here, but you know what? This is after the fact. After the fact. If we really do want to get to the right answer for every American, and most Americans would agree with this, why didn't you discuss it? Why didn't you sit down? Why didn't you have panels come in? Why didn't you hear from them? Our Tax Cuts and Jobs Act went through many, many different variations and a lot of individual discussion, and people were offered an opportunity to get involved. Why this? Why this? Why now? Why not so early in a process that we could actually sit down and not after 7 months of a new administration coming into office? Why couldn't we sat in this room with panels, had a discussion, and talked what was best? We're losing more than jobs. We are losing the faith, and trust, and confidence of the American people that we can actually function as a deliberative body. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent a condensed urban community that was once an industrial mecca with thousands and thousands of jobs. Unfortunately, many of these plants and factories have and are consistently moving away to other places for their purposes that they would call greener pastures, leaving thousands and thousands of employees unemployed, high and dry, filled with anxiety, not knowing what the future is going to be. Notwithstanding the reports of millions of available jobs, some of the places in my district have some of the highest unemployment rates in the nation. The Trade Adjustment Assistance Community and Career Training Program has provided training opportunities for thousands of displaced Illinoisans, Illinois workers seeking new opportunities. I urge support for the funding of this program because it will provide opportunities for individuals, especially to obtain new skills, new opportunities, and new direction, especially as we anticipate a new infrastructure program that will provide work for those who are unemployed. I urge funding for this program and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They say that once is a mistake and twice is a pattern. Well, Democrats discriminating against women in bills that they write solely by themselves clearly is now a pattern. If you look back at the last reconciliation bill, the Biden bailout bill, the Democrats tried to sell it as a COVID package, but $1.9 trillion of reckless, wasteful spending went to reward their political friends, allies, and donors, with less than 9% going towards healthcare spending, putting shots in people's arms. There were some provisions in that legislation that discriminated women. There was a section, in fact, that was so egregious. It was a section with USDA in regards to disadvantaged farmers. The definition of disadvantaged farmers was changed just for that bill to exclude women. To exclude women in the original Biden bailout bill. This was a slap in the face for women farmers who historically have qualified for certain programs administered by USDA. But Democrats actively sought to exclude women from participating in the program when they wrote that bill by themselves. Now here we go again, seeing women excluded from benefits in a bill written solely by the Democrats. The subtitle seeks to expand and increase participation in trade adjustment assistance programs by adding the term underserved community. But reading through that definition, I'm struck that the party which coined the term war on women has actually declared war on women. Last taken up in 2015, reauthorization of the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program has historically been a bipartisan effort. This only recent exception being a partisan reauthorization in the 2009 Democrat stimulus bill. Notice the pattern that we have there. If Democrats had worked with Republicans on this language, then perhaps the oversight wouldn't have happened. We should be working together on TAA and renewal of TPA. There is much work for this committee to do on promoting a U.S. trade agenda that strengthens our country and protects our workers. Republicans have been asking the Biden administration for months to engage with Congress on renewal of TPA, which is currently expired. TPA gives the opportunity to build on the successes of the prior administration, which was able to negotiate a free trade agreement in USMCA, which greatly benefited U.S. workers and U.S. farmers. But for now, Democrats are satisfied. They're satisfied to write a strictly partisan bill that either by accident or by design, you tell us, that excludes certain women from benefiting from the programs in this section that they seek to promote. Perhaps when this bill gets rewritten in another committee on the other side of the building, or just by a senator from Arizona or a senator from West Virginia, maybe the Democrats will get it right that time and not have war on women. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The lady's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, free trade has the power to grow economies and expand markets for United States manufacturing workers as well as farmers. However, far too long, America's trade policies did not provide the necessary safeguards for American workers negatively impacted by trade. I am excited that the Biden administration and Ambassador Tai have reversed this trend and put workers back at the center of America's trade agenda. A central pillar of a strong worker-centered agenda is a Trade Adjustment Assistance, or TAA. In this bill, we not only reauthorize TAA for workers for an additional 7 years, but we also expand eligibility, increase benefits, improve job relocation assistance and child care allowance, and improve outreach to underserved communities. Moreover, our new TAA improvements will help address detrimental racial disparities by improving outreach to civil rights organizations, women-owned businesses, and minority-owned businesses. This package also provides funding for the TAA for Community Colleges program, which has made a significant positive impact in my district alone. Funding was given for Wallace State Community College in Selma, Lawson State, UAB, and the University of West Alabama, to name a few. At the University of West Alabama, grant funds were used to partner with Mercedes-Benz to create an Earn While You Learn program, connecting my constituents to an advanced manufacturing career. This is a great example of when trade adjustment assistance can be used to promote workforce development and economic growth. Over 4,175 Alabamians have participated in the TAA for Community Colleges program, but the funding has dried up since the program was provided $2 billion in 2010. Properly funded, this program is long overdue. Furthermore, this bill includes critical improvements to the TAA for Communities program. My constituents in Fairfield, Alabama know firsthand the job losses that can trickle through an entire community because of trade. After a steel plant had to lay off workers because of illegal dumping of steel from China, the entire city suffered. The town's tax base dried up and the only Walmart in that area later closed due to economic downturn. That is why a holistic, community-wide approach to addressing trade disruption is so essential. The improved TAA for Communities program in this bill will have a real impact on communities across this nation, especially in my district, expanding eligibility in Birmingham, Demopolis, Fairfield, Bessemer, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama. Let's make critically needed investments in outreach to underserved communities and communities of color. And let's make sure that we are giving all of our workers an opportunity to not only survive, but thrive because of trade. Let's take care of our workers and our communities by passing this bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah, I know. Does the gentlelady yield back?
I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I have some serious concerns about this subtitle, and one of them includes the justification for the massive spending increases that are proposed here, but beyond that, I'm wondering if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have contemplated the negative job-killing effects of the Biden administration's decision to give away U.S. intellectual property to our adversaries, and whether those workers should be eligible for trade adjustment assistance. I'd like them to think about that. So I have serious concerns with President Biden's and Ambassador Tai's decision to support a waiver of the TRIPS agreement for COVID-19 vaccines. As a physician, co-chair of the GOP Doctors Caucus, very actively engaged in Operation Warp Speed throughout the whole trial process and the development of a vaccine. I've been fortunate to be able to go out into my district and help vaccinate my constituents and to give them protection against COVID-19. My desire to get everyone vaccinated includes the rest of the world. It's both a humanitarian imperative to help countries, as well as a necessary step to increase our collective health security here in the United States. Unfortunately, I'm concerned that the proposed waiver of intellectual property rights for COVID-19 vaccines is the wrong approach. Giving the intellectual property rights of private industries away to other countries, including our geopolitical adversaries like China, will severely harm American innovators. As well, foreign lower quality standards may lead to faulty production of life-saving medications, damaging the reputation of an otherwise effective medication. And there are real jobs at stake here. And as the Biden administration pursues its worker-centered trade policy, those who develop life-saving vaccines should not be cast aside. It's not just about jobs and the economy. Supporting the proposed TRIPS waiver will make these medical and biotechnology innovators less likely to engage in public-private partnerships with the federal government, leaving us exposed and underprepared for the next pandemic or other public health emergency. We must consider the future safety and health security of all Americans. And maintaining strong IP protections for vaccines and therapeutics is an important way to ensure we have sustained capacity for future innovation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yield back. Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Del Bene, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned yesterday, the pandemic exposed and exacerbated existing inequities in our safety net. I'm today very pleased by the opportunity to address these underlying issues on subjects particularly important to me and my constituents. And so I want to thank the chairman as well as Chairman Blumenauer for the inclusion of trade adjustment assistance, which provides income support, job training, healthcare, and other resources for workers who've lost their job due to international competition. Today's legislation meets the demands of our changing economy by reauthorizing TAA for workers for 7 years and increasing its funding to $1 billion annually. The legislation expands TAA eligibility to include all workers impacted by trade, including workers who've lost their jobs because of trade wars and decreases in exports, something that I have long advocated for. But the bill also includes a specific provision that I have championed, which would extend income support for 6 months during periods of increased unemployment so that this program can adapt under recession-like conditions. We talk about this as an automatic stabilizer that would allow more workers to get additional assistance when it's needed the most. Trade is critical in my district. Washington State is the most trade-dependent state in the nation. I have also seen firsthand the incredible power of trade adjustment assistance for workers in my district in many sectors, from aluminum to aerospace. So we need to support American workers, and that's why this legislation is so critical and why we must quickly reauthorize and strengthen TAA in this reconciliation package. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. We still have at least 10 or maybe 11 members that want to strike the last word. And if I could suggest maybe people, I want you to make your point, and I want you to be recognized if it's necessary. But at the same time, the plan was to try to finish around 4 o'clock today so that members might be able to get back to their districts for 9/11 commemorations. And I thought that that's where we were headed. So with that having been said, let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This provision it's hard to compete with the unfortunate nature of the entire bill, but this one I'd put at the top of the list. I've been hearing my colleagues talk about building back better. I would suggest that this is yet another example of building back backwards. In fact, in West Texas, we'd say building back bass-ackwards. And that's a technical term for really, really upside down. On one hand, Mr. Chairman, we've got this hammer that we continue to beat down our job creators, our family farmers with the death tax, our fossil fuel or oil and gas, independent mom and pop operators who fuel this economy. We beat down our workers in trade by our inaction. We should do these no-brainer trade, pro-growth, job-creating provisions like TPA, GSP, MTB. These are no-brainers. We haven't done that. We're putting money into a program that has gone from 230 some odd participants to 230,000 participants to 23,000 participants. Washington is the only place, colleagues, that you could borrow trillions of dollars to fund a failed program that is designed to fix a problem that Washington created. That is the picture here. The fact that we're talking about farm assistance to our ag producers is it's almost humorous if the fact that we're going to be talking about the death tax and the death to family farmers and the largest liquidation of farming operations this country has ever seen on account of a supercharged death tax, which is the most un-American provision in the tax code. It's not serious. This isn't serious. It is just another exercise in self-inflicted wounds. It's like the labor shortage because of the self-inflicted policies to pay people more to be on unemployment. It's like the massive spending that you wrap the flag of COVID around to bail out unions and bail out broke cities and states that created inflation. I won't even talk about the self-inflicted crisis at the border or the debacle in Afghanistan, but these are the policies of self-destruction. That's what I've been trying to say. This will implode and our kids will be there to pick up the pieces. This is unfortunate, and we should try to find a way to create more job opportunities by enforcing the wonderful bipartisan new and improved trade deals with our biggest trading partners, Canada and Mexico. I heard my colleagues say this, and they were right. If we don't enforce these agreements, they're not worth the paper they're written on. We're not having any hearings on it. We're not doing anything to keep the feet to the fire of our partners, Mexico and Canada. And the barriers are going up, and the playing field is becoming unlevel again. And China's ripping us off again because we're not following through on the purchase agreement and their fundamental reforms. So I can't take this seriously because there's been no leadership from our committee on these issues that I think would prevent the economic impact to these trade workers. It would mitigate it. I don't know that it would all prevent it. And I'm not against finding ways to provide assistance to folks in Michigan or in Oregon, but I'm not about to throw good, hard-earned tax dollars after bad in this provision of this bill. So this is bad. I hope you withdraw it. I'm going to oppose it, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I am so delighted to be dealing with this subtitle today. I identify very much with Chairman Davis, coming from the great state of Wisconsin and come from the city of Milwaukee. And we have been known with the very unflattering title of being part of the Rust Belt, where our workers have suffered a tremendous amount with technological and offshoring of manufacturing. But we are doing a great deal. This bill will do a great deal in terms of continuing the effort to retrain and reprogram the workers in our community. I'm absolutely delighted that this bill focuses on underserved communities. I am delighted that there is a restoration of the communities program with a lens on racial equity. This committee, under the leadership of Terry Sewell and Mr. Horsford and Jimmy Gomez, really took a look at the Ways and Means jurisdiction with a racial lens. And this bill reflects part of that report to the extent that it does, in fact, recognize the importance of reaching out to other folks in native languages, to doing better outreach, to focus on women and minority firms, underserved farmers, creating that nexus with technical colleges. If this program is really important to restore and not allow it to revert to former law, it would have a devastating impact on people who worked in the service sector. It would result in loss of training opportunities, and of those who would become ineligible for benefits, 62% of them would in fact be women and 18% African American. And so I am so pleased that we're dealing with this today, Mr. Chairman, and in the interest of time, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. Dr. Ferguson wanted to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a topic that I know all too well, and that is the impact of trade decisions on communities. My area in West Georgia was home to the textile industry, and following NAFTA, we lost almost 35,000 jobs, corporate headquarters, and we saw our jobs go to Pakistan, Mexico, and China. And what we saw with the federal government coming in and promising that there'd be better paid jobs, that there would be more things coming our way, and that they would give our folks a handout, really just did not work out. And so every time I see this place up here, DC, start to make a comment about how they're going to replace jobs with better paying jobs and different jobs, the reality is it doesn't work out in the communities where you lose the jobs. It took us almost 2 decades to rebuild our local economy with advanced manufacturing. And in the meantime, we saw people simply be told that here's a check from the government. This is the best that we think that you can do. God bless you, now move along. It's heartbreaking to see that.
Yeah.
It's infuriating to see that. And it's so out of touch for Washington, D.C. to think that they know how to do this stuff with the impact of bad trade policy is that you leave people without jobs. And then to go in and say that it's almost like you're funding this program that doesn't need funding right now. You're admitting defeat on the trade front before you ever get in the ring. It does not make sense. Why are we not doing things that put America in the most competitive position in the world to create jobs, maintain jobs, and be the leading exporter around the world? I think when we go after, when Democrats go after the tax code over the next week or so, I think that they're going to do things that make America less competitive. They're going to make it advantageous for foreign corporations and foreign workers over American corporations and American workers. Look at what they will do with the tax provisions around GILTI and FDIA. And look, one of the most simple things that we could be doing right now is to deal with the general system of preferences in the miscellaneous tariffs bill. Now, our colleagues on the other side of this building in the Senate, and even Wyden and Crapo, have offered a bipartisan bill. Republicans here on Ways and Means stand ready to engage on this issue. The outliers on this are Ways and Means Democrats in the House. My colleague from Oregon said we should do things in a sequential way. I guess the question that I would have for him is, are you opposed to Senator Wyden's position on this? These are things that could help our small businesses and companies like NACO in my district that use this to create jobs in Georgia. And I bet you've got them in your in your states as well. And then my colleague from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup, brought up a very, very important point. Why in the world would we even be considering giving our intellectual property away, particularly around the vaccine? The American taxpayer, not the federal government, the American taxpayer funded the bulk of the research on the vaccine development and Operation Warp Speed in getting a safe and effective vaccine to the American people. That I encourage people to take, and I encourage people to take that. But why would we, through a TRIPS waiver, give that intellectual property away and give it to folks like China that will use that technology to close a 20-year gap that we have built up as an advantage? That makes absolutely no sense. Can anybody in this room tell me why they think that giving our intellectual property away, that is the property of America, U.S. companies, and U.S. taxpayers, giving it to folks to build a vaccine or to make more vaccine in countries that don't even have the infrastructure to produce the vaccine, and give our biggest enemy, China, a chance to get that intellectual property? How many of y'all think that's a good idea? Anybody? Oh, there's one from my colleague from Virginia that thinks that giving intellectual property to China developed here in the U.S. is a good idea. I adamantly disagree with my good friend from Virginia. So let's get this GSP bill done and miscellaneous tariffs bill done. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I offer my strong support for this bill. This legislation reauthorizes trade adjustment assistance programs to help workers and firms who are impacted by trade. It's often said that a rising tide lifts all boats, but we know that while some greatly benefit from trade, others can be hurt. This is true for workers, this is true for companies, but also the communities where these workers and firms are located. When a factory closes due to the dynamics of trade, it's not just those who work in that factory or the firm itself that are impacted. The whole community is affected. It's the community that benefited from those jobs that have been lost, the restaurants, the dry cleaners, local governments, schools. That's why I'm
very pleased this legislation includes my proposal to extend trade adjustment assistance to communities that have been impacted by trade. There's a subset of American cities that continually are left behind, even in periods of sustained economic growth. You've heard me talk about my hometown of Flint, but it's other places all over the country: Birmingham, Alabama, Springfield, Massachusetts, Gresham, Oregon. 3/4 of the members on this committee have communities that have been impacted. They've watched as rising tides have created growth in the aggregate and concentrated in other places while they're anchored to the bottom of the sea. Millions of Americans who live in these communities live at or well below the poverty line. These are places that have not succeeded in making the transition to the 21st century economy due to the enormity of sweeping changes to the economy and failed trade policies, as my colleague just pointed out, like NAFTA. These places need a robust intervention to help them to get back to the starting line where everybody else is. That's what TAA for Communities is about. That's what this is intended to do, to provide support through the Economic Development Administration to identify those places impacted, to help themselves, the community, to create an economic development plan and then provide some of the resources necessary to execute those plans. It's different than other EDA programs in a couple of ways. First, it's targeted to those trade impacted communities. In order to be eligible, a community would have had to have TAA in the past for workers, firms, or farmers since the 1994 period when the disastrous North American Free Trade Agreement went into effect. Second, this program makes it as easy as possible for communities who are really struggling to apply for the funding. Communities that have had their tax base eroded, their local government budgets slashed, often lacking the capacity without this sort of assistance to even put together an application for this sort of help. Finally, this program is flexible so that the resources, this is important, are not determined in terms of where they go by anybody in Washington, D.C., but they're determined by the unique needs and the decisions of each community, allocating funding to provide technical assistance so that communities can create uniquely tailored plans and that the funding can be used effectively to achieve those plans. I want to thank Chairman Neal and Subcommittee Chairman Blumenauer for their work on this initiative, something that I've been working on not only since I came to this committee, or not just since I came to Congress, but this subject has been the focus of my work long before I arrived here. This is important. It's not the same old program that keeps being referred to. This is a new approach, same title, same name, completely different approach, one that is based on lots of years of experience, lots of expertise, and most importantly, based on the needs that the communities themselves identify. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Boyle is the last person to be recognized as we proceed to the amendment stage of the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But given your request, given the chair's request, I have a wonderful 5-minute statement prepared, but given the chair's request and the importance of making September 11th ceremonies, I will be happy to submit that statement to the record. And with that assurance, I'll yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Rice would like to be recognized for a short 2 minutes, as he noted.
I had a great speech.
You can send it along to us.
The best protection for workers competing in the international arena is a competitive economy. And that was the focus of the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act made American companies competitive. The focus on energy independence that resulted in actual U.S. Energy independence and lower energy costs made the country more competitive. Tough trade policy, particularly in China, made the country more competitive. Lower regulations. The biggest problem that I had before COVID, for the year before COVID, and probably most everybody else in this room, was employers calling me desperate to find employees. We didn't really, if we'd have continued without COVID, we wouldn't have needed this program because employers were so desperate to find employees. And here we are with this $3.5 trillion debacle, reversing every one of those policies to make America competitive, where we see massive regulatory growth here with small firms required to have mandatory retirement plans and mandatory sick leave and have annuities in their retirement plans. We see the Biden administration moving to eliminate our energy independence and look at the price of fuel and the result of that. We see the trade moratorium where we're not aggressively pursuing trade agreements and the result, and then the massive tax increases, doubling the capital gains rate, raising taxes on businesses and individuals, doubling the death tax. I can assure you, this is not a question, it's a fact that this will make our country less competitive in the world. In the 10 years before we enacted the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, there were 4,700 companies that offshored. Since then, zero. It's not debatable, it's a fact. We made this country more competitive, and the result was it was better for everybody. African Americans, Hispanics, women, across the board, unemployment rates were at record lows, wages were rising, and in the face of all that, you guys want to enact this $3.5 trillion debacle with no debate. It's barely been seen. We don't have any chance to speak to experts or to evaluate it. You know, Mr. Pasquale was decrying the closing of a manufacturing facility in his district and the need for trade adjustment authority. You know, he's right, but better hike up your shorts, because if we do this $3.5 trillion bill, we're absolutely going to see that happen over and over again, and it will accelerate, and you're hurting the very people that you say that you're trying to help. It's like a fireman who goes and sets fire to a house and puts it out and calls himself a hero. You need this trade adjustment authority. You know, you're doubling it from 450 million to $1 billion, and I don't know where you came up with that number. Looks to me like you pulled it out of a hat. But if you adopt these policies, you're going to need a whole lot more than $1 billion, because there's going to be there will be millions of American jobs that are predictably shifted overseas because of your policies that you're ramming through with no debate. Shame. Shame. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We're now prepared to proceed to the amendments section. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I reserve
Thompson.
a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order. Gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
This amendment would strike and replace Subtitle D with a clean extension of both Trade Promotion Authority and Trade Adjusted Assistance through the end of 2028. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I was disappointed to see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle move forward with a partisan approach to renewing TAA. This is a stark contrast from 2015, when Republicans and Democrats worked together on a bipartisan basis to extend both TPA and TAA. Many of my colleagues here today join me in supporting TPA then. TPA is the foremost tool at our where the United States continues to have a leading role in writing the trading rules, that regulation, the global economy. Without it, America leaves a void in the international stage that maligns actors like China seek to exploit. That's why I led a letter with Leader Brady, joined by all Ways and Means Republicans, urging Biden to begin with Congress to renew the Trade Promotion Authority. I ask unanimous consent that the Brady Buchanan letter be made part of the record.
Without objection.
And one other, I just want to make a couple of quick points. In Florida, 1 in 5 jobs is trade related. And the other point I always hang on to, 95% they claim of the marketplace is outside the U.S. We cannot afford to sit on the sidelines. The longer we delay, the more America falls behind. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the Buchanan
Yes, Mr.
amendment?
Chairman.
Mr. Thompson is recognized.
The amendment that Mr. Buchanan brings forward deals with subject matter outside that of the matter under consideration. Therefore, this amendment is not germane.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman has made a point of order that the proposed amendment is not germane. Does any member wish to be heard on that point of order? Not hearing further discussion. If not, the chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. The gentleman from California makes a point of order that the amendment proposed to this section is not germane. Under Clause 7 of House Rule 16, no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration of the underlying bill should be admitted under the color of the amendment. As such, the amendment is outside the scope of the bill and fails the basic test of germaneness. The chair rules that the amendment is not in order and the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I would appeal the ruling of the
Gentleman
chair.
from Nebraska has appealed the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Mr. Thompson has moved to table. Question before the committee is on Mr. Thompson's amendment. All those in favor of Mr. Thompson's amendment signify by saying aye.
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 No?
No.
No.
It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes
Mr.
have it.
Chairman, I ask for a record vote.
Mr. Smith has asked for a recorded vote. The question is on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes aye.
Mr. Blumenauer votes aye. Mr. Kind?
Kind, aye.
Mr. Kind votes aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes aye.
Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Ms. Del Bene?
Aye.
Ms. Del Bene votes aye. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu votes aye. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Ms. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee? Aye. Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes aye.
Mr. Boyle votes aye. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes aye.
Mr. Byer votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evan votes aye. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes yes.
Mr. Schneider votes yes. Mr. Swazi?
Aye.
Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Brady?
Brady, no.
Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunez?
This votes no.
Mr. Nunez votes no. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes no.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith of Nebraska votes no.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes no. Mr. Reed?
Reed, no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice? No. Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Schweikert votes no. Ms. Walorski?
No.
Ms. Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood votes no. Dr. Wenstrup? No. Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington?
Tomorrow.
Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn? No. Mr. Hearn votes no. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Arrington's a no, by the way. Sorry about that.
Mr. Arrington votes no, and Mr. Pascrell votes aye. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Clerk will call the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 yeas and 18 nays.
There being 25 yeas and 18 nays, the ruling of the chair is sustained. Are there any other amendments on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Thompson?
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order.
Mr. Chairman and colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to present this amendment.
Will the gentleman suspend while we pass out the amendment?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You all know how important, at least how important I think energy producers in this country are to our overall economic competitiveness and to the low cost of energy for our consumers. And I think that's especially important for the working folks that live paycheck to paycheck. I think the greatest thing that our oil and gas producers do is give us energy independence. And but there was a decision made by our president, and it was a unilateral decision to cancel the XL pipeline, the Keystone pipeline. And that decision was purely squarely on his shoulders. And with the stroke of a pen, he destroyed not only the jobs, but the livelihoods of 11,000 people. Untold numbers of families, untold and unquantified impact up and down that corridor to mainly rural Americans and their families. And so I'm going to trust that your intention here, even though I think this program is we've got the cart in front of the horse. If your intentions are to help people that are impacted negatively by the things outside of their control as it relates to trade, and the Keystone Pipeline is definitely connected to trade because it's our biggest oil and gas trading partner in the USMCA agreement in Canada. And this amendment would basically include the communities impacted with job loss and other decreased economic activity into this TAA assistance for communities. And that's a summary. I can get technical if you want me to, but I'll pause there and ask and plead with my colleagues to help these folks adversely impacted by something totally out of their control and unilaterally taken action by this president.
Mr. Chairman, I move to withdraw my motion.
The gentleman withdraws his reservation. Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me. I'd like to speak briefly against this amendment. First, just the title that talks about, as a result of President Biden's partisan action to stop construction of the Keystone Pipeline, I would suggest that this was not a partisan action, but rather a human action, a responsible action, an adult action, because burning fossil fuels is burning up our planet, as we have seen all year long, is making it progressively unlivable for our children and our grandchildren. This is not partisan. This is about the most adult thing our president could possibly do. I'd also like to say that while this may be germane, it is difficult to say that this is directly trade related. We trade almost everything, including oil, natural gas, many other things, but this is clearly not what trade adjustment assistance was designed to do. There should be many other things in our leadership that will address communities that are economically challenged, but not trade assistance. And while I have the microphone, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to my friend Dr. Ferguson's comments about giving away our COVID-19 vaccine intellectual property to China, because I was the one person who raised my hand. On the Institute for Health Metrics Evaluation, the most responsible statistician in the world on COVID suggests that on December 1st, in a few months, we will have had 12 million recorded in excess COVID deaths worldwide. 12 million, more than 1 million in the United States. Worldwide, 2 billion people have had one vaccine. 1.1 billion of those have been Chinese. That means there are 4.3 billion non-Chinese people in the world who have not had one vaccine. Yes, we're doing what we can. I talked to one of the ambassadors from Iraq yesterday. We're sending them 500,000 vaccines. It's good. They have 80 million people, 40 million people. That means we're sending one vaccine for one shot for every 80 people in Iraq. And they're one of our friends, one of our partners. So when does the intellectual property of mRNA become more important than millions and millions and millions of human lives? This is simple morality. Yes, China, it's nice to invoke the boogeyman. Somehow that will scare us into be doing this. But as human beings, we have a basic responsibility to care for every life on this planet. And to deny the life-saving vaccine is not immoral. It's more than immoral. It's almost genocidal. And I think that's why President Biden has determined that this vaccine needs to be given to the world at large. China's not 20 years behind us. They're 20 weeks behind us on mRNA. And the thought that somehow advancing biological understanding is going to put America at a disadvantage. I'm sorry, it just boggles my mind. And I am glad that the president has done what he has done. I have no fear that we will be able to compete in China on every possible ways because of who we are. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
No.
Okay, can somebody yield me some time?
Somebody going to yield to you, that's fine.
Let's make sure it's all the rules.
Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In responding to the comments here from my dear friend from Virginia, a couple of things I'd like to point out. Number one, I don't think, again, giving our technology to China, our mRNA technology to China, is a wise move. I simply disagree with you on that point on a variety of factors. Number two, giving this vaccine to countries that don't have the capacity and the infrastructure, both from a human infrastructure and a manufacturing and distribution infrastructure in place, simply puts at risk this technology. Let me say this, it will take years to build the manufacturing capacity in these countries. It will take years to train the workforce in these countries. It will take years to build out the logistics and distribution network in these countries. And what we are doing is setting a very dangerous precedent that when we as Americans and our corporate and our researchers and our developers develop something as important as this vaccine, that we're going to take their intellectual property and give it away. We will put at risk companies innovating here in America. What incentive do they have if all of a sudden their intellectual property is taken from them by the government and given to someone else? That is what is at risk here. It is not a wise policy. I respectfully disagree with you on that. And if we want to produce more vaccine here and you believe that the moral thing to do is to produce it here and give it around the world, we can have that discussion. But to take and give the Chinese our intellectual property, I think is a mistake. And I think it's short-sighted to think that putting that information out there is going to result in more vaccines in a quicker fashion because the countries simply do not have the manufacturing and distribution capacity. With that, I'll yield back.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
On that, I'd ask recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Remote members are reminded that your camera must be turned on in order to be recorded. Members in the room and remote, please mute yourself until the clerk calls on you and state your name when recording the vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
No.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascrell votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene?
Del Bene votes no.
Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith of Nebraska votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes yes.
Mr. Reed votes yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Wait, hold on. I think I may have missed a.
Mr. Rice
in the middle
votes
of a-
yes. Mr. Schweikert?
Schweikert.
Yes.
Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood is yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup? Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Chairman Neal? Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Chair, I have 25 noes and 18 yeas.
The count again was,
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 noes and 18 yeas.
there being 18 yeas and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments in the amendment in the nature of substitute? Ms. Walorski? The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson is
Mr. Thompson?
I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserves a point of order. The gentlelady will suspend while we distribute the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to add these 2 letters of support to the record.
You want to identify the letters?
They are letters of support on businesses supporting my amendment on GSP.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would make workers displaced by congressional inaction to renew GSP and MTB eligible to receive trade adjustment assistance for workers' benefits. I was disappointed to see the majority include TAA in the package, but neglect to include other important trade priorities such as GSP, MTB, and TPA. I had hoped we would be able to come together on a bipartisan basis and find a path forward for these shared priorities as Republicans did in 2015 and as the Trump administration did with USMCA in 2019. Unfortunately, that is not the case today. My constituents are hurting due to inaction by the majority on GSP and MTB. In particular, GSP's lapse is hitting manufacturers in my district, such as the RV industry, to the tune of $1 million per month. This is much needed capital that could be going toward hiring new workers or expanding facilities. Renewal of these 2 crucial job creating programs can and should be bipartisan, as has historically been the case. I urge the majority to come to the table, have a robust discussion around a bipartisan Senate passed framework. In the meantime, relief must be provided to workers who have been negatively impacted by inaction on GSP and MTB. That's why I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman continue to insist on his point of order?
Withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, is recognized.
The only reason that the GSP has not been extended is Republican obstruction. Republicans were offered an opportunity for a one-year extension in December of last year. They've been offered opportunities since then. It is important, as Mr. Blumenauer, our Trade Subcommittee Chair, noted earlier, that in any extension of GSP, we recognize the success that we had on a bipartisan basis in approving a much updated United States-Mexico-Canada trade agreement last year. And that involves specifically dealing with subjects like the environment. I offered the Earth Act in 2015. It was joined by every Democrat on the Ways and Means Committee and simply made the very modest change in GSP that countries that fail to effectively enforce their environmental laws, regulations, and other related matters or fail to fulfill their international environmental obligations, including their obligations relating to public health, would have a problem getting GSP. I think it's important for it to be continued, but there has been objection to including this very modest provision. The same language is included in a broader measure that Mr. Blumenauer has filed that quite rightly notes concerns about human rights and about working standards. These are important aspects of the benefits that we offer other countries under GSP, and it ought not to be renewed without recognizing the progress we've made, that we have a 21st century trade policy now that is evolving, and we need to not go backwards again. So I urge rejection of the amendment and support for the position that our Trade Subcommittee Chairman has so effectively maintained. I yield back.
The gentleman yield back. Mr. Brady.
I would point out that very little of that is accurate. The truth of the matter is Republicans have joined in the House, have joined with Democrats and Republicans in the Senate in very strong reforms of GSP and MTB that reflect our discussions on strengthening worker rights, environment, and other, we think, necessary reforms. House Democrats have introduced, we think, an ideological bill that makes it harder for poor countries and developing countries to be able to qualify, remain eligible, and actually help lift them out of poverty. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else take recognition? The chair recognizes himself. I appreciate my colleague from Texas making those observations. We worked hard on a bipartisan basis. I'll fix it here so you can all hear. Thank you. Worked hard on a bipartisan basis to implement important protections for the environment, human rights, and enforcement. We introduced legislation last December that reflected that. With GSP and MTB, our position is consistent with what we did in modernizing with the NAFTA reform. We have not received any engagement on our subcommittee from with all due respect, Mr. Brady, we didn't get legislation from you.
Would gentlemen yield?
I will yield.
Earl, I love you, and I think we can still find bipartisan agreement here, but we introduced legislation with the House or the Senate Republicans and Democrats. We've not heard a word from you, and we would, if this is an offer to begin engaging and negotiating, finding a bipartisan approach, let me just tell you, I'll accept it in a second.
Will the gentleman yield? So in fact, everything that I said was accurate, and Republicans rejected a one-year extension with very modest reforms at the end of last year. And the reforms that they say they support do not include the Earth Act or the requirement that these nations stand by the international agreements that they've reached and enforce their own environmental laws.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm asking Mr. Blumenauer if that's accurate. I don't have control of time.
That is my understanding.
Well, to correct the record, We've introduced legislation, joined with Senate Democrats and Republicans. You're the only ones blocking this.
Does it include the language that I asked?
And that was a year extension. My recollection was a 6-month extension.
What was
This one is accurate, Mr. Blumenauer.
I will, excuse me, I misspoke. I will acknowledge that you did introduce that with the Senate.
And the language that you introduced does not include the language that I've read concerning honoring environmental obligations, does it?
No, it includes the bipartisan reforms of Senate Democrats, Republicans, and House Republicans.
So the statement is accurate that the provisions that we gained through the USMCA concerning enforcing the agreements that these nations have signed on to internationally and enforcing their own environmental laws, that's a pretty modest requirement to include within GSP, and it has not been included. That's one of the reasons, whether it's 1 year or 6 months, that Republicans apparently refused to agree to GSP extension at the end of last year.
I appreciate what you were saying, Mr. Doggett, and that is the position of the Democrats in the subcommittee, that we're happy to proceed, but we're not going to water down our commitments in terms of the environment, in terms of transparency, in terms of what we hard-fought gains that we made with on and agreed to on a bipartisan basis with the NAFTA reforms.
Exactly. And we're talking about only 7 multilateral environmental agreements that they have to do. It's a very modest, limited requirement that they simply live up to the agreements, like the trading in endangered species and the like.
The gentleman yield?
Correct.
Yes.
He controls the time, but go ahead.
So why not convince your Senate Democrat colleagues to agree with that?
Well, how about just convincing the people on this committee that have instructed action on multilateral environmental agreements and living up to the environmental conditions we had with USMCA to agree?
I will clarify that I've had those conversations with the chair of the Senate Finance Committee and understands our commitment to move forward on that basis. So the question is on agreeing to the amendment. Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote, Chairman.
Mr. Brady requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
No.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
No.
Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascrell votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene?
No.
Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes? Mr. Nunez, Mr. Buchanan,
Buchanan votes yes.
Mr. Buchanan votes yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska,
Smith of Nebraska votes yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes yes. Mr. Reed,
Reed, yes.
Mr. Reed votes yes. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri, Mr. Smith of Missouri, Mr. Rice, Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Schweikert, Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski,
Yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood,
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup, Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson,
Yes.
Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes, Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker, Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn, Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller,
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Byer, Mr. Byer votes nay. Mr. Nunez,
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri, Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Chairman Neal, Mr. Neal votes no. Mr. Chair, I have a vote of 25 noes and 18 ayes.
We have a vote of 25 noes, 18 ayes. The amendment is not agreed to.
Are there any other amendments to the amendments in the nature of a substitute? If there are no further amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Let me recognize Mr. Thompson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report Subtitle D Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to trade adjustment assistance as amended to the Committee on Budget.
The question is on transmitting Subtitle D as amended to the House Committee on Budget. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and Subtitle D as amended is ordered transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget.
I would ask for a recorded vote.
Ranking member Mr. Brady has requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett,
Doggett votes aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson,
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson, Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer,
Blumenauer votes aye.
Mr. Blumenauer votes aye. Mr. Kine,
And aye.
Mr. Kine votes aye. Mr. Pascrell, Mr. Pascrell votes yes. Mr. Davis,
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Sanchez,
Sanchez votes yes.
Ms. Sanchez votes yes. Mr. Higgins,
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Ms. Sewell,
Sewell votes yes.
Ms. Sewell votes yes. Ms. Delbene,
Delbene votes yes.
Ms. Delbene votes yes. Ms. Chu,
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu votes aye. Ms. Moore, Ms. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee, Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Boyle,
Boyle votes aye.
Mr. Boyle votes aye. Mr. Byer, Mr. Byer votes aye. Mr. Evans,
Evans votes aye.
Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Schneider,
Schneider votes aye.
Mr. Schneider votes aye. Mr. Swazi,
Swazi aye.
Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Panetta, Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy,
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez, Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Horsford, Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Plaskett,
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes no.
Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez? Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan, no.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith of Nebraska votes no.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes no. Mr. Reed?
Reed, no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Ms. Walorski?
No.
Ms. Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood, no.
Mr. LaHood votes no. Dr. Wenstrup? Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington?
No.
Mr. Arrington votes no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn votes no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes no.
Mr. Nunez votes no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 24 ayes and 19 nays.
There being 24 ayes and 19 noes, the motion is agreed to, and subtitle D as amended is ordered transmitted to the House Committee on Budget. Without objection, staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the print, and members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, or dissenting and or minority views. Our next order of business is Part 4 of Subtitle E, the Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to Medicare, dental, hearing, and vision coverage. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, for the purposes of making an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a very historic markup. For many Americans, older age looks grim as they are unable to make ends meet in retirement. The reality is most older Americans and individuals with disabilities will not be able to pay for the things that they need most. That includes dental, vision, and hearing. Right now, older adults are suffering because Medicare doesn't cover essential parts of their health care. Lacking access to dental, hearing, and vision care can lead to a variety of negative outcomes, including diabetes, risk of falls, depression, and dementia, among many others. Think about it this way. A doctor can prescribe costly medications for older Medicare beneficiaries who cannot get dinner, or perhaps even eat dinner because of dental decay. Dental, vision, and hearing health is an essential part of overall health. In the 56 years since Medicare became law, only a few benefits have been added to the package, even as Americans have lived longer and experienced more complicated health issues as a result. Among Medicare beneficiaries, 75% of people who need a hearing aid do not have one. 70% of people who had trouble eating because of their teeth did not go to the dentist in the past year. And 43% of people who had trouble seeing did not have an eye exam in the past year. Filling the coverage gap by investing in hearing, vision, and dental benefits will improve beneficiary health, improve quality of life, and reduce Medicare spending in the long term. This is exactly the type of investment we should be making for America's older population and those with disabilities, and I support this investment. That's why I introduced the Medicare Dental Coverage Act, along with my colleague, Representative Robin Kelly of Illinois, which is being considered today. to give Nevada's 300,000 seniors and millions around the country access to affordable dental care and addresses long-standing barriers to care. Nearly half, 47%, of all Medicare beneficiaries and more than 2/3 of Black and Hispanic beneficiaries have not been to the dentist in the last year. And this is not due to the lack of need. Without affordable dental, vision, and hearing coverage through Medicare, Nevada seniors and those with disabilities are forced to choose between high out-of-pocket cost or a lower quality of life. That is the story of Miss Florence Hall, a 66-year-old constituent who has been on Medicare since 1999. While she has been able to access basic healthcare services, she has had severe difficulties accessing dental care. In 2019, she had to make an emergency visit to the dentist after experiencing pain in her mouth. She came to find out that most of the roots in her teeth were rotten and were septic. Since she didn't have regular care, basic signs of decay were missed. Since her dental services weren't covered, she had a very large out-of-pocket bill of $10,000. Thankfully, the dentist was able to reduce the bill to $5,000 due to her income limits. She also had to get help from family in order to pay for a portion of it, and she also had to open a line of credit to cover the remaining bill. Democrats and Republicans alike should be able to agree that there is no excuse for not helping older Americans afford the care they need. Devoting funds to expand Medicare coverage and protect seniors and people with disabilities will save and improve lives. As Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said in his famous I Have a Dream speech, the fierce urgency of now. All who serve older adults have an obligation and an opportunity to act now. We can do better now, and we should now. So I urge all of my colleagues in this committee to support the bill in front of us today so we can finally provide dental, hearing, and vision coverage to older Americans and individuals with disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Horsford. Now let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Today, my Democrat colleagues are continuing their destructive mission to expand Medicare without securing the program for those in or near retirement. Instead of debating fundamental reforms that will protect Medicare for future generations, we are wasting time adding a series of so-called benefits into the unsustainable Medicare for fee-service system. In fact, the legislation before us fails to recognize that Congress has already created a successful program to provide seniors with supplemental dental, hearing, and vision benefits. Medicare Advantage. The private plans offered by Medicare Advantage continue to deliver lower costs, better patient protections, and higher quality care for patients who enroll. So if those benefits are already available through private Medicare Advantage plans, which charge zero monthly premiums and come with an out-of-pocket cap, unlike fee-for-service, then why are not Democrats strengthening Medicare Advantage? Well, because it doesn't achieve my Democrat socialist friends' mission, a socialist takeover of the healthcare system. 2019, Republicans on this committee voted to expand dental, hearing, and vision benefits. Despite our concerns, we voted to advance the process so we could receive a complete CBO analysis and then negotiate a bipartisan agreement on a common sense pay-for-fee service from the disastrous price-setting scheme proposed in H.R. 3. 2 years on, and our Democrat colleagues have ignored these requests, and instead, despite the deep divisions within your own caucus, you demand we pay for these expansions at patients' expense or on the backs of workers and small businesses through job-killing tax hikes. We may not be marking up the Democrats' government takeover drug pricing or tax hikes today, but make no mistake, the addition of these Medicare benefits can only be paid for by passing H.R. 3 along with the bill's choice between fewer cures or growth-crushing tax hikes. Today, they're saying they'll give us seniors $85 for glasses but next week we'll have a problem paying for cures. My Democrat colleagues continue to choose a partisan path instead of working with us on common sense reforms that will actually help patients. Today, committee Republicans will instead offer amendments that will demonstrate our commitment to ensuring seniors have access to health care, affordable in a sustainable way, and that Medicare keeps its promise to those in and near retirement, and that critical patient benefits now in jeopardy are preserved. We abandon common sense bipartisan solutions in favor of the one-size-fits-all Washington mandates before us today. We'll be placing a down payment on a socialist government-run healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of Part 4 of Subtitle E. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. This time I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for an amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. Let me now turn to Amy Hall, Staff Director of the Subcommittee on Health, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of the substitute, with an emphasis on the changes that have been made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after Ms. Hall's presentation. Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Chairman Neal. Committee print Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations for Subtitle E relating to Medicare, dental, hearing, and vision coverage. Section 134401, Dental and Oral Health Care. This section adds a new 1861 LLL to the Social Security Act, providing for Medicare Part B coverage of dental and oral health services beginning in 2028. These services would be divided into basic treatments such as cleanings and major treatments such as tooth restorations, bridges, and crowns. Coinsurance for basic services would be at 20%, and coinsurance for major services would be at 50%. Payment for these services would be made under the physician fee schedule, and services could be performed by a dentist or oral health professional certified to provide such services in accordance with state law. Section 134402, providing coverage for hearing care under the Medicare program, would amend Section 1861 of the Social Security Act to provide coverage for oral rehabilitation and treatment services, AURAL, by the way, not ORAL, for individuals with profound or severe hearing loss by qualified audiologists beginning in 2023. The bill also provides for coverage of hearing aids pursuant to an order by a physician or qualified audiologist once every 5 years. Section 134403, providing coverage of vision care under the Medicare program, adds a new subsection providing for Medicare Part B coverage of routine eye examinations, including procedures performed during the course of such examination to determine the refractive state of the eyes and contact lens fitting services beginning in 2022. Payments for physician services would be made under the Medicare physician fee schedule, and Medicare payment would have certain limitations for frames and lenses. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes a technical change to strike the section header, dental and oral health care, and insert providing coverage for dental and oral health care under the Medicare program on page 1, line 3. That concludes my walkthrough, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
I thank the gentlelady. We will now proceed to questions, and I will recognize Mr. Doggett to start.
Thank you. No, to ask some technical questions. Thank you so much, and I'm so pleased that this provision, this title, includes so many elements of the Dental, Vision, and Hearing Benefit Act that I have filed along with 100 members of the House. And I just want to ask you a few questions. You've done it in very technical terms, but so that those seniors that are out there wondering what this Congress is doing to address their concerns will know precisely what benefits that they will have available once this title becomes a law. So let's talk just about next year, Ms. Hall. Next year, almost half of Medicare beneficiaries currently having vision problems, but no vision treatment. What specific benefits would they get if we pass the law in the next couple of months? What will they get in 2022 concerning their vision problems.
Beginning in 2022, full Medicare Part B coverage of vision services, which would include the eye exams, lenses, frames, if contacts were your choice, contact lenses, all of that would be available beginning in 2022.
And what would the cost to the senior be?
So it's 20% coinsurance. However, there's a limit on the dollar amount, kind of like you have with your private insurance, on the amount that the insurance contributes toward the frames and the lenses. However, like with private insurance, in the Medicare program, we call it deluxe DME. The beneficiary is welcome to pay additional amounts if they would like an upgrade.
Exactly. So we're not buying them designer frames if they want to do that for themselves. But for that senior that's out there, like half of them earning less than $29,600 a year, they haven't been able to afford to go get an eye exam. They will get an eye exam. They will get basic frames. And I believe under the bill, they are entitled to an annual exam and to eyeglasses. Is it every 2 years?
2, yes.
So it's a very basic plan, but it's something that can provide relief to those who have had a serious vision problem. And then when we get to 2023, really just a little more than a year and a half away, I guess less than that, for the seniors who have hearing loss, and there are statistics suggesting that about 3/4 of Medicare beneficiaries have some hearing loss. 75% of beneficiaries who are determined to need a hearing aid don't have one. What benefits will be available year after next for those who have hearing impairments?
So beginning in 2023, the Medicare Part B hearing benefit begins. That includes for individuals with profound or severe hearing loss, both the hearing exam, the fitting, and then coverage for the hearing aids. The one piece that I would just like to add to that is, of course, as you are aware, the Biden administration is also working on getting out a regulation dealing with over-the-counter hearing aids, which will make available at a low-cost hearing aids for people who have less severe hearing needs.
So again, the benefit that would be available then is an examination, and if they have a severe hearing loss that's determined from that examination, then they will be able to get a hearing aid.
Correct.
And what will the cost be to the senior?
20%.
Okay. And then I know the dental is a bit more complex. Can you explain how that will work?
Sure. So beginning in 2028, the committee print adds a comprehensive, relatively speaking, dental benefit to the Medicare program. The services that are covered are your preventive services, screenings, your basic services. Let me see if I can describe some of the basic services. Oral disease management services, basic tooth extractions. Those are covered at 80-20. So the beneficiary would pay 20% coinsurance. Medicare would pay the 80%. And then for the major treatments, such as major tooth restorations, bridges, crowns, Medicare would pay 50%. The beneficiary would pay 50%. And that is the same for for dentures. And I would just say that this is not, if you look, for example, I have a couple of sheets somewhere here on the desk, that very similar to what is offered at our FEHBP. For example, if you look at United Concordia or Delta Dental, if you look at that benefit package, for in and out of network for the major services, they're around 50%, depending on whether you're standard option or high option. So it's roughly comparable in some ways to the benefit you would get in other, through at least the federal plan.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, to ask a questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was mentioned that that all these seniors have no access to vision care or the other subsequent care mentioned. And it's my understanding that there are many Medicare plans available serving millions of seniors with that kind of care. Is that accurate?
So beneficiaries access these services. Some do in a variety of different ways. For example, in some states, the lowest income beneficiaries may qualify for wraparound coverage through Medicaid. Other beneficiaries may get some coverage through Medicare Advantage. There's not a lot of information about how many beneficiaries are getting specifically what benefits, but most of the plans offer some sort of cap and a relatively low dollar amount. So what this provision would do is by adding the benefit as a Part B benefit, as you know, Medicare Advantage is required to cover all of the benefits that Part A and Part B provide. So this would incorporate that benefit into Medicare Advantage as well. So beneficiaries, regardless of being in fee-for-service or Medicare Advantage, would be able to access a robust benefit. They wouldn't have to worry about whether the benefit will be there from one year to the next when plan bids change. Plans can change what benefits they offer. This would make it a guarantee.
So it would, there would be the Medicare Advantage plans that are currently available with a growing number of seniors accessing those plans. Is that accurate? But you're suggesting then, or you're outlining the fact that there would be other coverage that would be centrally planned through the federal government.
Yes, and so regardless of, as you know, right, people make different choices throughout their lives. And so sometimes seniors, one year you might be in fee-for-service, one year you might be in a Medicare Advantage plan. Seniors will know whichever choice they make, they are going to get access to this benefit. Now, the Medicare Advantage rules remain in place, which allow the plans, for example, to lower the coinsurance. For example, so this 80-20 or 50-50 plans, as long as the benefit remains actuarial equivalent, could, for example, lower the beneficiary's coinsurance for major services, or could decide to have zero coinsurance on preventive services.
Okay. Is there any evidence that shows that expanding fee-for-service coverage actually drives down the overall cost?
Well, I think there's a robust body of evidence that shows a lot of foregone and delayed care as a result of lack of, excess cost, right? People who cannot afford the care either delay it until the situation gets much, much worse, right? You don't get your filling. Instead, you wind up with an expensive root canal. And so there is a lot of evidence that people are delaying and foregoing needed care because of the out-of-pocket cost.
But for the same procedure, is there any evidence that the cost of the procedure would go down if fee-for-service within Medicare is the coverage?
I think, are you expressing a concern about payment rates to the providers?
Well, in many ways, I'm concerned that the more involved the federal government gets, the more expensive it becomes. So that's my underlying concern, especially in the context of Medicare Advantage actually proving to be so successful and actually driving down the cost of procedures and overall cost to taxpayers. I just hesitate, and I can save this for another part of our discussion, but just adding to the list of the coverages, it doesn't necessarily result in positive outcomes. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Hall, thank you so much. I've got three quick questions. Just some points, one point of clarity and just some affirmations here. The legislation we're considering today proposes that the Medicare fee-for-service vision benefit starts on October 1, 22, correct? Okay, thank you. I take that as a yes.
Yes, sorry.
Thanks. Has CMS confirmed that the vision benefit can be included in the 2022 benchmarks if implemented as designed under this bill?
They haven't specifically confirmed that, but in Title 18, as you probably know, the Medicare Advantage benchmarks are set based on anticipated spending. So when CMS goes through the process this coming year in 2022, they would then incorporate that in. The question I think that the plans are working through, right, is plans are kind of getting ready with their bids for 2022, right, for that last quarter.
So this would probably go to my second question, because on the first question, if it's implemented on 10/1/22, we actually have an email that they say they can't on the first part to get it in the 2022 benchmarks. So I guess the second part of this question would be I think you're explaining that. Can they include the vision and hearing benefits set to go forward in 2023 in the benchmarks? And I think what you're saying there, it depends based on when they get these out there.
So I think hearing clearly, which begins in 2023, can be incorporated into this cycle through 2022. And the question you're really asking about is those last 3 months of 2022 in terms of the vision benefit. And I believe that through the underlying Medicare Advantage statute, CMS has the ability to kind of reconcile payments. For example, if it seems, and of course, vision is a very small. It's not like a huge expenditure. It's not like you're going to have millions of people.
Very, very small, but it's very important. Obviously, we're debating whether to put it in the fee for service right now. So, we'll get more into the details of that as we go forward. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, to question the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is the projected insolvency date for Part A of Medicare?
The projected HI trust fund is through 2026. This is the same as it has been for the past 3 years.
And when did you say that under this proposal that you would get dental benefits?
The dental benefits begin in 2028, but those are Part B benefits, so they have no relation to the HI or Part A trust fund, which has the solvency date on it. So it's two very different things.
Okay, and the Medicare Part A, aren't there a number of plans that offer dental benefits?
So Medicare Advantage plans offer the package of Part A and B benefits, the full package. And yes, some plans do offer a very limited benefit, which frequently has caps of, like say $1,000, $600. There is not an enormous amount of detail both on the variation in the benefit or on the ability of beneficiaries to use that benefit.
What percentage of Medicare recipients qualify for Medicare Advantage?
Well, every beneficiary who has a plan in their area is obviously free.
So they could select, they're free today to select a plan that covers dental benefits and vision benefits, correct?
If those benefits happen to be offered in their area, not all plans offer all benefits in all areas.
Has the majority heard from the American Dental Association, the American Association of Orthopedic Surgeons about whether or not they support this dental plan being included in Medicare?
I believe that the ADA has written a letter, I think, which has some misunderstandings about the legislative text and the
in
way
other words,
that the bill
they
would
think
work.
this is a bad plan and they don't support it, correct?
I think that they have a misunderstanding about how the benefit works.
How about the American Association of Orthopedic Surgeons? Do they support or do they oppose this plan? Have you heard from them?
I've not heard from the orthopedic surgeons.
Okay. Well, I've heard from both of them. And I can tell you that they very clearly understand it and oppose it. Now, and they raised this to me and they asked me to ask this specific technical question. Has CMS provided the committee majority with technical assistance about the feasibility of a dental coding and reimbursement infrastructure into the Part B physician fee schedule, which currently only supports medical procedures? Has CMS provided the majority with technical assistance about the feasibility of a dental coding and reimbursement infrastructure into the existing Part B physician fee schedule, which currently only supports medical procedures?
So yes, in fact, just by way of background,
they have provided you with that feasibility. What do they say?
Well, I would just say that there's no reason to believe that if the way the Part B fee schedule
What
works.
did CMS say?
CMS said that they believe that what you would do is follow the process that you use. For example, CMS adds all kinds of things to the program all of the time, right? When you're looking at creating a fee schedule for people, what CMS does
the
is they
people
look
from
at
CMS are telling the American Dental Association and the American Association of Orthopedic Surgeons that this is not feasible. Are they telling you something different?
that's not what they're telling us, right? So there's
All
relative
right, so
value.
the minority has asked for but not received technical assistance on this point. Will the majority share the technical assistance that CMS has shared with you? Will you share the communications you've had with CMS about the technical feasibility of this plan?
Sure. I mean, we've had oral conversations, which I can tell you, CMS believes that just like any other service, you look at the practice expenses, you look at the relative values, the work, the liability insurance, right? CMS builds fees for all kinds of things. There's no reason to think that one couldn't build fees the same way you do for other physician services, right? You look at
Well,
work,
what you're
how much-
saying is different than what the CMS people have told the American Association of Orthopedic Surgeons, the American Dental Association, and I'd like to see where the discrepancies are. If you could share those communications, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. A reminder as well that the staff is here to answer technical questions. Let me recognize Dr. Winstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few technical questions for Ms. Hall, and I appreciate you being here. Given the CBO score associated with adding these benefits, I assume that adding these benefits to the fee schedule would not occur in a budget neutral way. However, there are a lot of pieces in the text we're looking at today that leave key parts of the benefit design up to secretarial discretion. Is the secretary bound to ensure the initial benefit spends no more than the amount we're paying for in this legislation?
So as you know, CBO estimates their best estimate of what the benefit is going to cost, but that cost estimate is not binding. So for example, if you have a spending provision or a savings provision that doesn't exactly come in at what CBO has estimated, there's no penalty.
Okay, so basically the answer is no. So does any excess cost have to be accounted for in a budget neutral manner with cuts from other parts of the fee schedule?
From adding the benefit initially, no.
Does any excess cost have to be accounted for in a budget neutral manner with cuts from other parts of the fee schedule?
So when you add the benefit, you grow the pie, right?
Yeah. Does it have to be accounted for in a budget neutral manner with cuts from other parts of the fee schedule?
No, I'm saying no, right?
Okay.
You grow the pie. It's not like you add a dental benefit and then you cut everybody else's payments. That's not how this provision works.
So the dental benefit, as written, adds cost outside of the budget window by drawing down patients' cost-sharing obligations from 90% to 50%. So since this cost is not accounted for in the CBO score, would this spending also not occur in a budget neutral way? Or would the increased cost be made up for across the fee schedule? Or don't
I'm
we know?
not entirely sure I'm following your question, but I'm trying to be helpful and answer it.
Sure, I understand. Well, it's complicated, but deserves looking into. Okay, since the cost is not accounted for in the CBO score, would this spending also not occur in a budget neutral way? Or would the increased cost be made up for across the fee schedule?
I think where we're getting tripped up here is to just remember that the CBO score has nothing to do with the fee schedule. CBO could score it as 5 apples or $300 or whatever. Whatever CBO says is useful for the purposes of Congress guiding our knowledge, right?
Well,
but it doesn't affect what CMS does in implementing the benefit.
Well, that goes to my next question. Is there anywhere in the text that clarifies how adding these benefits will interact with the rest of the fee schedule? Or are these assumptions on how we think CMS might interpret this legislation?
So you are correct in that there is a lot of leeway for CMS to set up the benefit, and that goes particularly to what Mr. Rice was saying in terms of developing the fees making sure that, dentists are represented on the RUC and all of that kind of stuff, right? The benefit is included in 1848, which is the physician fee schedule. But when we add the benefit, we're not adding dental coverage. So say the fee schedule is $100, just hypothetically, and we add $50 of dental coverage. We're not then cutting $50 of the existing stuff to make it all fit back into $100. I think that's your question. That's not what's happening. We're growing the pot.
Yeah, you're getting there, but I have concerns that it's going to affect the fee schedule in some way, and I don't know that it's clarified that it won't. So
I'm happy to look into it further.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me recognize Dr. Ferguson, and I believe we are then prepared to move on to amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions. In this fee-for-service program, is there provision in there for balanced billing to the patient?
So the ordinary protections against balance billing apply, with the one caveat. Hold on, just want you to know the whole story. With the one caveat that I mentioned in response to Mr. Doggett's questions relating to kind of the deluxe DME, which allows, if you want fancier eyeglasses, if you want fancier hearing aids, if you want fancier whatever, Medicare pays its amount and you can pay the additional amount for that thing.
We're not talking about designer iframes. We're talking about care on a tooth or gums or whatever it may be. That it's not a designer filling. You either get the filling or you don't get the filling. So all right. So it does not allow for balanced billing. Who sets who sets the fee for schedule number?
Who sets the fee schedule?
Yes.
So CMS is an annual process through rulemaking.
Okay.
Where,
so so we're about to vote on this right now. We don't know what that fee schedule is.
No, because that fee
Okay.
schedule would be developed in conjunction with the dentists and the dental associations and the dental professionals, right? It would be done through a notice and comment rulemaking where CMS would solicit input and get the relevant data. And then they would promulgate a regulation and say, hey guys, what do you think of this? Does this work?
So don't you think we ought to do that before we vote on the budget number?
Well, I mean, that's how Medicare works every year. This is not unusual.
Okay, yeah, because that works really well because it's going broke in 2026. Excuse my snarkiness on this, but
again,
excuse me, ma'am, I reclaim my time. You have gone through this process and you have not, and you're getting way out in front of your headlights on this. Number one, you're going to create the environment here where you don't have providers in the network. That's a real concern that I have because as a practice, someone that ran a dental practice for more than 2 decades, I could not deliver care to patients when I was losing money. And historically, what we saw over a period of time is that procedures were paid at a rate below the break-even point. Providers can't stay in business and they can't stay in the network if they are losing money. You go out of business when you lose money. And so, I mean, we're about to vote on a provision here, and we're going to promise seniors that there's going to be a network form, and yet you don't know that the network is going to exist because you don't know that a dentist can get in the network because he or she may be losing money. So you've answered my question. Thank you. This is a horrible process. By the way, let me ask this one question. Did staff reach out to any members of Congress who are dentists to discuss options, good parts of the plan, bad parts of the plan? There are 5 dentists in Congress. Did staff reach out, or did the majority reach out to any of those practicing dentists to get their opinion on this?
I don't know all of exactly who was consulted, but obviously staff and the members have had numerous conversations with organizations.
To my knowledge, there ain't but one person in this room that's ever laid a hand on a patient in a dental practice to take care of them and to operate a dental practice, particularly in a rural community, that can probably provide the majority and staff with a heck of a lot of good guidance on how to take care of seniors. There ain't but one person in here, in this room and on this committee, and that's me. And I ain't heard a word from you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We are now prepared, I believe, to move on to the amendment process. Strike the last word, I'm sorry. That's the tee up to it. Mr. Doggett is recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I listened with interest to the comments of my ranking member, Mr. Nunes. It's obvious he's been reading the Republican comments when President Lyndon Johnson led the way to the approval of Medicare over stout Republican opposition in 1965, because claims of socialist takeover or getting socialism-run government health care are the very same claims that were made against Medicare and have continued to be made by those who want to undermine or privatize Medicare. Medicare, as important as it has been to millions and generations of seniors, is a program that is not perfect, and it has not included, because of cost considerations, every aspect of healthcare. I think increasingly we have come to realize that treating vision, hearing, and dental needs are not a luxury, but they're very essential to overall physical and mental health. There's a growing body of evidence that demonstrates the importance of this kind of care for all Americans, but particularly older Americans. The program that we are talking about creating in this title, as has been explained, means to the many seniors out there who have vision problems that next year they will be able to get an eye exam and a pair of glasses so that they do not continue to have that kind of impairment. And it means for the many seniors who have hearing issues that the year after that, they're going to be able to get the exam they couldn't afford, and they're going to be able, if they have profound hearing loss, to get a hearing aid. We know that the consequences of not being able to hear properly are more, for those with profound loss, are more than simply inconvenience. This has been documented to lead to a variety of mental and physical problems, including increasing the risk of dementia. So just those two steps with vision and hearing that can be accomplished in the next 2 years can really change the lives of so many seniors around our country. And that's why I think this is so very important. The dental needs are a much more complex, and that's why they take a longer period of time to come into being in this bill. But the dental provisions are very, very important because we have also come to understand in recent years the consequences of not addressing dental needs and how that can affect the entire body. For seniors, however, there are a significant number of seniors that have dental needs and are not seeing a dentist because of cost factors. The average individual who's relying on Medicare has an income of less than $30,000 a year, including mainly their Social Security earnings. And for that person to be able to afford the cost of getting dental care is often just a profound barrier. Now, I understand that there's Medicare Advantage. In some of these commercials, I think you get everything but an autographed football with Medicare Advantage. And I'm not seeking in any way to interfere with someone who makes the choice to go in that direction. But there are millions of seniors that believe traditional Medicare gives them the most service for what their needs are. And those individuals ought to be able to have the assurance that they will get the vision, hearing, and dental care that they need. I believe there's a need for some further cost adjustment about cost sharing on some of the dental services. I would like to see it get accomplished in a quicker way, but we are trying to do this in a fiscally responsible approach and to ensure that these benefits are fully covered. There's been suggestion that Medicare faces some insolvency. Medicare has had a lifetime of less than 10 years for a long period of time, and we take steps in order to extend and assure that it is there. There is nothing about this proposal that adversely affects the solvency of Medicare, And in fact, there are a number of matters, a number of steps that can be taken, including some from the Committee for Responsible Congress that I think can extend even further the life of Medicare. We need to keep it there, not only for today's seniors, but for our grandchildren. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Reed, is recognized to strike the last word.
I hope we're working. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can hear you, Mr. Reed.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I will be brief in my remarks to try to accommodate the time constraints of the members and get them out of the committee room. Briefly, I just want to open by saying only in Congress, when we're facing a problem with Medicare going bankrupt, will we have a discussion about expanding programs when we have a real crisis on our horizon that we should be working together to fix. That being said, we've crossed the Rubicon. We're already going down this path. And so the bottom line is we'll deal with the repercussions when the failure and the day of reckoning happens, which is coming, in my opinion. That being said, I'm looking forward to trying to work together, as you know. And one area that I thought that we could find some agreement and do some common sense reform is the Senior Health Planning Account Act that my colleague from New York, Mr. Higgins, has offered on numerous congresses to try to come up with some common sense proposals, such as utilizing life insurance proceeds. A lot of seniors, a lot of folks don't utilize or have a need for certain life insurance policies. And there's a market now developing to sell those life insurance policies and use that money, in my opinion, in a wise way that these seniors could benefit from. This proposal is a common sense proposal that I strongly support by putting the sale of those proceeds into health planning accounts similar to HSAs, where seniors could use that money to offset their vision and dental costs, where they could use that money to buy long-term health insurance for their long-term nursing home costs that many of them are facing. And so I would hope that that creative, that bipartisan spirit of coming up with solutions to fix the problems that we face in America with Medicare in particular is what we would be discussing in this markup today. But it is clear that the agenda has been set, that the die has been cast. The majority is going to proceed in their one party partisan approach to these issues before us. And with that, I would just ask you to consider these creative, bipartisan, collaborative type efforts that would use common sense solutions of using underutilized, under-accessed assets of seniors to allow them to control that money so that they can best plan for their future needs in the healthcare arena in particular. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I think there's one thing that has occurred during my time and many of the others who have had long service here. Both sides will always make the necessary repairs to Medicare, as is the case with Social Security.
Well, the gentleman,
let me recognize the gentleman. Yes.
Yeah. So the problem with that is you assume that we're going to have the financial and monetary policy to bail those programs out and make the necessary needs. The day of reckoning is here, Mr. Chairman, and it is happening sooner rather than later.
Thank the gentleman, but I also think that there are actuarial realities here. And if we were sitting in this room in the year 1900, the average American lived to be 46 years old. The average American today is headed toward 80 years old, but for some problems, it would have been beyond that. So I think that there are some realities that we will address. We always do, and both sides always come together to get it done. So let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, to strike the last word.
Chairman, thank you very much. I've long been an advocate for the inclusion of dental, vision, and hearing as Medicare benefits. I also believe that healthcare should be comprehensive. Therefore, I commend my colleagues, Representative Horsford and Kelly, for introducing this resolution. Strongly supported and urge its passage, and I yield back.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup, and then Mr. Thompson. Dr. Winstrup, you are recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Today we're discussing.
Recognized.
Thank you. Today we're discussing adding 3 major new benefits to the traditional Medicare program. As some of my colleagues have pointed out, these benefits are already available to seniors through Medicare Advantage. The Democrats' plan is to add a less comprehensive benefit than what already exists in Medicare Advantage. Further, they plan to add these benefits to an already unsustainable fee-for-service program that is failing our nation's healthcare providers and limiting access to care. In the last 2 years, CMS has proposed major changes and payment reductions, which many feared would significantly cut access to care for patients. The medical professional members in Congress and our colleagues here on Ways and Means fought hard last year to have these cuts mitigated through legislation that passed the House last December. That fight was in a bipartisan fashion. A piece of this relief expires at the end of this year. Once again, healthcare providers are facing uncertainty and unstable reimbursement. Yet nowhere in this $3.5 trillion package do I see any real relief for physicians and healthcare providers. I was in a large orthopedic group. We had to deal with real life implications of SGR cuts. We had to take out a loan from the bank just to keep our doors open and to pay our staff. So many of the people up here in Washington don't understand the impact that the unstable reimbursement has on patient access to care. We need to ensure that our policy decisions do not lead to office closures or reduced staffing nationwide, and therefore less access to care. I do have an amendment that it would extend much needed relief for healthcare providers. I seek unanimous consent to submit it for the record. I seek unanimous consent to submit that amendment for the record.
To submit the amendment now, or do you want it to be recognized during the amendment
No,
process?
I just want to submit what it is for the record.
Okay, by all means, so ordered.
Thank you. But how can we sit here and talk about adding a historic amount of new providers to the Medicare fee-for-service system when we can't even afford to pay providers already in the program? Chairman Neal, I'll just ask you this. Will you commit to working with me and other medical professionals in Congress in a bipartisan manner to find a way to help healthcare providers now facing 2 years of exorbitant cuts while many still face challenges from a global pandemic?
Positively.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Thompson is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and our fantastic staff for their tireless work on this entire package, including the healthcare provisions that are before us today. I'm particularly pleased that this legislation includes a long overdue expansion of Medicare to include dental, vision, and hearing. As the founder and the co-chair of the Bipartisan Hearing Health Caucus, I have worked across the aisle to ensure that everyone, including seniors, can access hearing health care services. There's a wealth of evidence demonstrating that hearing and oral health are linked to our overall well-being. This is particularly true for seniors, many of whom already face barriers to care, have one or more comorbidities, and may also face extended periods of isolation, especially over the course of this last year. It is inarguable that seniors require hearing, dental, and vision care, and the current lack of coverage in Medicare is totally unacceptable. This proposal represents the most significant expansion of Medicare in years, and I'm proud to support it. I'm also grateful that this bill includes robust quality improvements for skilled nursing facilities. These facilities provide essential care to our nation's seniors, but as we've seen throughout COVID-19, patients are too often left vulnerable. This legislation ensures that we have the data we need to establish sensible staffing standards at nursing homes, ensures that CMS has the data it needs to set appropriate policy, and ensures that patients receive the care they deserve. I look forward to supporting this legislation today and on the floor, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Hartford, Connecticut is recognized to strike the last word. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. I just wanted to commend you, and I also wanted to commend Chairman Doggett for these efforts. And especially on this day, on the eve of September the 11th, I want to commend also President Bush. I can't help but get that vision out of my mind with him with a bullhorn, again, calling and prevailing upon the American people to come together. Seniors in this country are calling upon us to come together. Yes, this is a reckoning. It's long overdue that the Congress, especially the other side of the building that has over 200 bills it never takes up and never votes on, that this Congress and this committee acts on behalf of seniors. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize Ms. Chu, and then we are prepared, I believe, to move on to the amendment phase. Ms. Chu is recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I strongly support this portion of the subtitle, which would finally provide vision, hearing, and dental benefits for America's seniors through the Medicare program. The Build Back Better bill would expand Medicare to cover vision benefits in 2022, hearing benefits in 2023, and dental benefits in 2028. 20.5 million Medicare beneficiaries have vision problems, yet only 57% said that they had received an eye examination during the previous year. Medicare beneficiaries who had received vision services in the previous year spent on average $715 annually, 60% of which was paid for out of pocket. For seniors on a fixed income, this can be a significant and hindering cost. What's more, half of adults 60 and older have clinically meaningful hearing loss, and 73 million Americans are estimated to have hearing loss by 2060. Hearing aids typically range in cost from $2,200 to $7,000 per set, which includes the necessary support services associated with maximizing their use. According to one study, hearing-related services for Medicare beneficiaries cost $1,338 annually, and beneficiaries cover 3/4 of that amount out of pocket. And another study found that 75% report having hearing difficulties, but 84% did not have a hearing aid. And then there's oral health, which is just as critical for well-being as the rest of physical health. And it is well past time that we included this essential benefit for Medicare. Poor oral health can result in everything from gum disease to cardiovascular issues. And with most seniors living on a fixed income, the cost for dental work can exceed far what Medicare beneficiaries can afford. What's more, even if they can afford a cleaning, there is a fear that a cleaning will discover something worse, like a cavity or the need for serious dental work, which, without insurance coverage, is far out of reach. So today, I am thrilled to see the committee following up on the work we began with H.R. 3 in the last Congress. And it is incredible to see us providing coverage for hearing, vision, and dental services for our seniors. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. We are now prepared to offer amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman is reserved a point of order, and we will await Mr. Ferguson's amendment being passed out. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would preserve Medicare plans that seniors like and want to keep. And it would prohibit the expansion of this program into counties that have already these programs available under Medicare Advantage. And the county would be defined as Medicare Advantage plans with benefits without premiums or with 2 or more Medicare Advantaging plans providing equivalent benefits. I go back to many of the technical problems that I see with this bill, but probably the thing that worries me the most on it is, number one, the lack of a secure provider network, particularly in rural and underserved areas. And there are no guarantees that the provider network is actually going to be in place. And you can't get care no matter what kind of plan you have if you don't have providers willing to participate in those plans. And I fear greatly under this program, that's exactly what we would have. I also think that I think it's remarkable that the majority and staff did not talk to the very people that provide care and can give input in the best way to address seniors, something that I did in my practice for years. And so with that, I would like to, it's under no surprise that the American Dental Association and the American Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons are opposed to this bill because they know that it is quite inadequate. And these are the very folks that are going to be providing the care. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that 2 letters from the ADA and 1 from the American Association of Oral Surgeons be entered into the record.
So ordered.
Thank you. I also think that this is a pretty disingenuous effort here, and I don't think that we're being completely honest with the seniors in this. We all want seniors to get better care. I did this as part of a practicing dental practice for years. It's something that's important. A large part of my patient pool was made up of seniors, and we found creative ways to get them the care that they needed. But to go in and tout this benefit, something that really won't be in full effect until 2028, and look and what happens in the meantime, where you've even got Senate Democrats offering vouchers because they know that this program is so badly written. So I think it's a disingenuous effort. I think that you're taking benefits away from seniors that they like, promising them something that I don't believe is going to be very effective, and nor do I think that will actually be there in the end. So with that, I would like to point out that there's opposition to this House plan, both from, not only here in this room, but also on the Senate side. The Budget Chairman, Bernie Sanders, says that he is adamantly opposed to this bill the way that it's written. So with that, I'd like to submit these 2 articles outlining those 2 points to the record.
So ordered.
Thank you. So I stand in opposition to this bill. It's not very well thought out on the dental benefits side. While we all want to get seniors the care that they need, this is not going to do it. And with that, I'll ask that members consider voting yes on my amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, do you insist on your point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my point of order. I don't want to stand in the way of the kumbaya with Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Sanders.
See, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Thompson, it would be the only time.
Surely this is
Mr. Doggett is recognized.
This is historic, the Ferguson-Sanders alliance. But the amendment, of course, would totally destroy the hope that seniors have that next year, those who have a visual impairment can, for the first time, get an eye exam and a pair of glasses. That's really what this amendment does. It says, is the author described, that in any county where there is a private plan that offers the benefits of this bill, that you can't have choice. And he refers to it as he wants to have the plans that seniors like. Well over half of seniors like traditional Medicare, and you would deny them that hope of getting that pair of glasses. You would deny those who have a hearing impairment the hope of getting a hearing aid, and eventually, as we move toward 2028, the hope of getting the dental care that they need. This is a major improvement in Medicare that will make such a difference in the lives, in the dignity of so many seniors who have not been able to get this care in the past. And approving this amendment would deny that hope, and I would urge its rejection.
On the amendment, Mr. Schweiker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, this is brilliant politics. It's really bad public policy. And let's walk through a couple bits of the reality. I think both the right and the left here would love for these benefits to be part of a robust package. Turns out that for particularly my district and many parts of the country, it's there. But first, let's walk through just a couple portions of the map. I'll do it by hand. Okay, what's the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt over the next 30 years? Let's have a moment of reality. It's Medicare, Social Security, but mostly Medicare. Interesting, when you see that red portion, $78 trillion, and this is before this last year's crazy spending spree. So 30 years from now, we have $101 trillion of publicly borrowed money. 78 trillion of that is just Medicare. Just as an aside for factoid, 31% of all Medicare spending is just diabetes. If you wanted a revolution to help people stop the suffering, we would be fixating on changing the diabetes cost curve. But this is a really interesting board. This is actually where there's Medicare Advantage. And if you could actually see it, and maybe I should pass it around or give you would find, like in my community, I think I have 50 plus Medicare Advantage plans. Majority of them actually offer free vision, free dental. If we want to step back to the last century, let's go reestablish a fee-for-service expansion. But if you want competition and choice and cost control, the battle here should be actually trying to make this more about expanding access to Medicare Advantage plans, and if necessary, communities that don't have it, whether they be rural or exurbs or those things, find a way to help them either get it, and then only when you've done those steps, actually have the discussion of, well, we need to do a fee-for-service model that we know has all sorts of structural problems. The last thing here is, and this board was just to try to show that the Advantage plans have so many advantages. I mean, 98% of them are offering telemedicine right now. The number of things that will help keep us healthy for a senior community. You go through the benefits that are there. They're already 92% of Advantage plans. This is important because I heard someone say something that wasn't true on this. 92% of the Advantage plans today offer dental coverage. And most of them, it's free. It's part of the package. Yeah, the Advantage plans, actually, because it's part of the package. Yes, I will yield.
You keep referring to the Advantage plans being free. The beneficiary has to pay into the Advantage plan. So is it free or not?
Let me take back my time.
It's not. So let's be accurate.
But so is a fee for service. You want everyone now to pay that, the 20% plus that? The fact matters, there are Advantage plans like in your community, I know the Vegas area, and my Maricopa County, that actually have almost no additional fee to the Medicare patient. That's what we should be striving for. There is a better way that we can get these benefits out there, and going back to the old school where you're going to do a fee-for-service model that doesn't ultimately work and blows up the debt. It's actually sort of cruel that you're basically stepping back into the last century intellectually. We're better than that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is anybody else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Brady is recognized to be heard on the amendment.
I'll be very brief here. I think this is an important amendment to consider. It's been almost 20 years since we had a discussion about expanding Medicare in this committee or in Congress, 2003, where every Democrat on this committee and in Congress unanimously opposed. the Republican plan to add life-saving prescription drug coverage to seniors, plans that not only have saved lives, but have come in under budget and below cost, in a plan that 35 million seniors rely upon today. And I remember, because I was here then, Nancy Pelosi predicting this is, quote, the beginning of the end of Medicare as we know it. The beginning of the end of Medicare as we know it, a prescription plan that 35 million American seniors rely upon today. I think the point of this amendment is we should be worried about expanding Medicare when there is, frankly, tons of obligations and predictions of doubling of spending overall. And we ought to worry about these junk healthcare plans, because this amendment basically says, look, don't focus on the counties where you've already got providers and you can get vision dental for zero cost in Medicare Advantage. Focus elsewhere. If you're going to add these plans, it makes perfect sense in how we're providing benefits to seniors. I think, too, overall, we ought to have an extended discussion about how we come together as both parties to save Medicare, all parts of it, once and for all. I yield back.
The gentleman yield? Yeah, I thank the gentleman. I've just one quick comment on that, because I think the gentleman's correct in what he said with one qualifier, and that is we opposed it because of the donut hole.
And also it wasn't paid for, right?
It wasn't paid for.
They
And I
didn't
think
pay
it
for
was also a new entitlement program, which I think has largely worked.
Well, actually, I think I was here, and the Democrats opposed because their plan was 3 times larger and not paid for, and had higher base costs for seniors than ours did.
Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none. Question is on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Mr. Brady has requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Kind?
No.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascal?
Pascal votes no.
Mr. Pascal votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene?
Delbene votes no.
Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider, no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Plaskett votes no. Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith of Nebraska votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, yes.
Mr. Reed votes yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes yes. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Schweikert?
Yes.
Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood?
Yes. He said yes.
Mr. LaHood, could you unmute and vote again? I only heard a tidbit.
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no.
Mr. Swazi recorded.
Mr. Swazi is not recorded.
I can see him, so he's lip syncing. Could you unmute Mr. Swazi? We can't pick you up, Mr. Swazi.
I think he might be calling back in.
Yeah. Yeah. Read my lips.
Swazi
okay.
votes no.
Mr. Swazi votes no.
Somewhere in Queens, Mr. Swazi votes no. Would the clerk report the tally?
Mr. Chair, I have 24 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 24 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson reserves a point of order. And if you could just give us a moment to pass out your amendment. So Mr. Swazi gets it.
How'd you like that coalition?
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we consider this very dramatic expansion of Medicare, I would like to point out how inappropriate the cost of lumping these new benefits into Part B is for beneficiaries as well as for taxpayers. Remembering that Part B is the opt-in outpatient component of traditional fee-for-service Medicare, it already involves required monthly premiums and required cost sharing for benefits. This bill sets cost sharing for some of these new services, such as major dental services, as high as 90% in the first year, leaving beneficiaries on the hook for nearly the entire cost of the procedure. If we're going to work to ensure seniors have access to vision, dental, or hearing benefits, there's no reason why fee-for-service Medicare and its fixed cost-sharing standards needs to be the home for this coverage. Instead of traditional Medicare, nearly 27 million Americans, or 44% of individuals eligible to enroll, choose Medicare Advantage plans. These plans continue to grow in popularity, often because they offer access to additional benefits like dental, hearing, and vision coverage. In fact, 98% of all Medicare beneficiaries already have access to an integrated MA plan, Medicare Advantage plan, which covers these benefits. Coverage which is available without hundreds of billions of dollars of reckless new government spending. Most of these plans already offer these extra benefits, do so with no additional premiums. They also provide telehealth benefits beyond what traditional Medicare offers and reduce Medicare's cost sharing and provide a cap on out-of-pocket costs to give certainty to seniors. This amendment is very straightforward. If we are going to tax small businesses and the middle class to pay for duplicative benefits in fee-for-service, which already exists in Medicare Advantage, we should at least ensure seniors will not be subject to higher cost sharing in the old, outdated program we're funneling them into. If these benefits are as robust and generous as Democrats claim, they should have no problem at all accepting this amendment. If not, the American people will know what these provisions are really about, pushing as many people as possible into a one-size-fits-all healthcare plan centrally run out of Washington, D.C., and which will cost taxpayers and seniors themselves more money. Instead, we should be looking to further leverage the successes of Medicare Advantage, which provides better benefits to seniors at lower costs to taxpayers. While this amendment doesn't fix all the underlying problems with the proposed new benefits, it would at least ensure seniors with chronic conditions aren't the ones left holding the bill at the end of this process. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, do you insist upon your point of order?
Greater than average patient cost, greater for these people. Greater than average patient cost is such a under MA. That is a knowable number. I think we should just vote it, just take it on the ground.
I'm glad to respond.
Yeah, withdraw, then I'll do.
Is he going to withdraw?
He's going to withdraw. And I'll
Okay.
speak. Yeah.
Withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Doggett is recognized on the amendment.
Republicans tell us that they are for choice. I've never known them to really be pro-choice, but I'm glad they say they're pro-choice on this, and seniors have made their choice. The vast majority prefer Medicare as it was originally set up. Some have chosen to go for private plans, and that is their choice. But for some reason, they want to reject the choice that most seniors have made, and they don't want us messing with their Medicare. And so we're told that what we're doing today is reckless new government spending. Please explain to me why it is reckless government spending to say to the many seniors who have a vision problem that next year we're going to give you under a plan that employers and employees pay into, not socialism, but social insurance. We're going to make available for you for the first time the eye exam you could not afford. And if that eye exam shows that glasses will help, you'll be able to get one pair of glasses every 2 years. Why is that reckless government spending? It is broadening a social insurance program that Republicans have fought tooth and nail ever since Democrats promoted it and Lyndon Johnson signed it into law. And it is recognizing that a key part of that wonderful program needs to be expanded to deal with vision, hearing, and dental. To reject this, to accept this amendment is to undermine the promise that we offer. And as to this question about insolvency that keeps coming up, Medicare is not insolvent. It would be insolvent today, by the way, if the Republicans who voted time after time to repeal the Affordable Care Act had been successful, because that would have reduced the solvency of Medicare, and it would be a problem today. There are a wide range of proposals out to deal with questions about extending the life of Medicare. One of them by the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan organization, points out that the net investment income tax revenue was redirected away from Medicare by a drafting error. Simply correcting that drafting error and not raising any additional tax will add $400 billion to the trust fund and extend it further. There are other changes that can be made and should be investigated by our subcommittee on health and by this full committee to extend and maintain Medicare for future generations. What is so good about the program that we're advancing today is that we do not add a penny that affects that solvency. We pay for these benefits in the course of this legislation and assure that the dignity that comes with being able to see better, to hear better, and to be able to eat your food will be available with the passage of this act. I urge rejection of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. We are prepared to vote on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor of Mr. Smith's amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Are there any other amendments to the amendment of the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Now, I'm going to go along with the recorded vote, but we did move beyond it. But I do want to give the gentleman the courtesy, if Mr. Smith, will do that. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kine?
No.
Mr. Kine votes no. Mr. Pascarell?
Pascarell, definitely no.
Mr. Pascarell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene?
Delbene votes no.
Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi votes no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Miss Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Miss Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Miss Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Miss Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady?
Mr. Brady?
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith of Nebraska votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert?
Yes.
Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Aye.
Mr. LaHood votes aye. Dr. Wenstrup?
Aye.
Dr. Wenstrup votes aye. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Aye. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 noes and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments in the nature of to this, the gentleman from Oklahoma?
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Mr. Chairman,
the gentleman from California.
I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman is reserved a point of order, and in just 1 minute, the gentleman from Oklahoma will be recognized to speak in his amendment. The amendments are passed out. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. After almost 5 months of delay, last week, the nonpartisan Medicare trustees announced that the Medicare trust fund, if we don't do anything, we're going to have almost a 25% across the board cut. To many, our lack of doing anything except what we're doing right now, we're going to hurt every senior in America. And this is the closest we've been to Medicare insolvency since 1998. With this urgent and pressing information, it was my hope that this committee could begin work together to pass bipartisan policies that put Medicare on a better fiscal path. That's all I've talked about since I've been here is fiscal responsibility. You know, this is real and it impacts millions of Americans. We don't have the luxury of doing what we're always doing, sticking to our partisan talking points, manufacturing crazy, outrageous sound bites, and calling every opponent, every name in the book for the audacity of not thinking exactly alike. We need a solution, and we need it now. But that's not what we're getting today. Today, instead, we are debating the largest expansion of Medicare in nearly 2 decades. Even with the expanded spending, these policies we're discussing today will in reality move the Medicare program backwards and offer seniors less coverage for hearing, dental, and vision services. That's right, the Democrats are putting their political priorities ahead of the financial certainty of seniors' health care. The financial future of Medicare is not only the issue at hand with this proposal, since the entire policy is redundant. Not only do the benefits being proposed today already exist in Medicare, but they offer less coverage than the existing programs. The last major reform to Medicare created Medicare Advantage, essentially a free market healthcare option for seniors. Each year, Medicare Advantage has grown in popularity to the point that 99% of all seniors on MA say that their benefits should not be changed. A 99% acceptance. They love it. This year, roughly 26 million seniors have enrolled in Medicare Advantage plans that offer either hearing, dental, or vision coverage. Enrollment in Medicare Advantage continues to grow, and so do the list of benefits available. In 2021, 98% of Medicare beneficiaries were eligible for Medicare plans that offered some hearing, dental, and vision benefits. Not only has Medicare Advantage grown in popularity, Medicare Advantage provides more comprehensive benefits than what the Democrats are proposing today. That's right, more than 94% of seniors enrolled in individual Medicare Advantage plans have insurance that typically pays 50% to 100% of the common dental services. Much more generous than what seniors will face in 2028 under this legislation when they're stuck with 90% of the bills. Now, I know some of my colleagues across the aisle are thinking, well, here goes these typical Republican talking points again, but I just want to remind you who are actually using Medicare Advantage. 55% Hispanic Medicare beneficiaries choose Medicare Advantage. 39% of Black Medicare beneficiaries choose Medicare Advantage. Since 2013, Medicare Advantage enrollment has grown by 111% among minorities. Medicare Advantage is an essential piece of our seniors' health care, plain and simple. The facts could not be more clear. First, that Medicare is going broke. Not that it's broke right now, but it's going broke. We know what is, we heard this, we know it, we keep, like typical Congress, we keep kicking it down the road. We have to deal with it. Next, that Medicare Advantage continues to grow in popularity and availability. It's a fact. It is a fact. In fact, many of my members in here, you have Mr. Doggett from Texas, half of your constituents are on Medicare Advantage. What do you tell them? What do you tell them? When you go back and tell them, I'm looking right here, 51,967, that's half, 50% of your Medicare available seniors.
Will the gentleman yield?
Not till I finish. It's also pretty clear that Democrats care more about hollow campaign promises than our seniors' health care. Democrats want to ignore these facts and halt growth of MA programs because they believe the government is the best health care insurer for you and when, in fact, the private market is offering you a better bang for your buck. My amendment is just really simple. Is that we're asking the Secretary of HHS
to certify that this bill will not reduce access to or projected growth of dental, hearing, and vision benefits already offered in Medicare Advantage. I'm proud to offer this amendment with my friend, Mr. Smith of Missouri. We urge our colleagues to put seniors and their health care before campaign promises. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time. And Mr. Chairman, if I could I ask unanimous consent to enter in a letter and
So ordered.
Thank you.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to Mr. Doggett.
Well, first on the point of order.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This amendment would condition the bill's effect on an unrelated contingency. Makes this bill contingent on certification of information that is not a neutral benchmark, but rather inserts various value judgments.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote on this if I could. I don't know where we're at in that process.
I don't think he's ruled yet.
We're getting there.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we didn't have that slip past.
Pretty
this time.
fast.
You were very kind before. I didn't know if you do that twice in a row.
The chair rules that the amendment is not germane, and the gentleman is now recognized. All those in favor of the chair's position say aye.
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 Does it?
Does the gentleman appeal the ruling?
Does the gentleman want to appeal the ruling of the chair?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to appeal the rule. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's fine.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
The gentleman has moved to table, and all those in favor of the chair's position say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
The
record a vote.
gentleman would like a recorded vote. The question is on the motion to table the ruling of the chair.
Table the appeal.
Appeal of the ruling of the chair. Clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, aye.
Mr. Blumenauer votes aye. Mr. Kind?
Kind, aye.
Mr. Kind votes aye. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, yes.
Mr. Pascrell votes yes. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes yes.
Ms. Sanchez votes yes. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes yes. Ms. Delbene?
Delbene votes yes.
Ms. Delbene votes yes. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu votes aye. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes aye.
Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes yes.
Mr. Boyle votes yes. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes yes.
Mr. Byer votes yes. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes yes.
Mr. Evans votes yes. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes yes.
Mr. Schneider votes yes. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi votes yes.
Mr. Swazi votes yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes yes. Ms. Murphy? Ms. Murphy? Mr. Gomez?
Gomez, aye.
Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Brady?
Brady, no.
Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes no.
Mr. Nunes votes no. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes no.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith of Nebraska votes no.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes no. Mr. Reed?
Reed, no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert?
No.
Mr. Schweikert votes no. Ms. Walorski?
No.
Ms. Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood votes no. Dr. Wenstrup?
No.
Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington?
No.
Mr. Arrington votes no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn votes no. Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Miss Murphy? Ms. Plaskett?
Ms. Plaskett votes A.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 24 ayes and 18 noes.
There being 24 ayes and 18 noes, the chair's position is sustained. Are there any other amendments in the nature of an amendment to the substance?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman,
Recognized. The gentleman from
I
California.
reserve a point of order.
Reserves a point of order. We'll just take 1 minute. Ron?
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized to speak in his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, we're here to discuss bloated spending, expanded one-size-fits-all government programs, and burdensome taxes and debt that will affect families now and our children and grandchildren in the future. It's the same blueprint as yesterday: tax all Americans and blindly spend their hard-earned money on inefficient programs. But today, it's under the guise of helping seniors. Let me start by saying all of us on this committee want to assure that we properly take care of our seniors in our district. I don't doubt the intention of any Republican or Democrat on the committee, because this is personal. Each of us have a parent, a grandparent, or other family member that's impacted by the healthcare decisions this committee makes. But instead of working together on helping seniors access dental, hearing, and vision care, this subtitle unilaterally expands Medicare without consideration of whether Medicare can administer such coverage. Rapidly expanding Medicare without adopting the reforms needed to guarantee its solvency is a mistake. Americans who are retired or close to that milestone depend on knowing that Medicare will be there for them. So many Kansans I know are making their plans now based on what the program will look like when they do reach retirement. I think this committee owes it to those hardworking Americans to make sure this program's foundations are solid before tacking provisions on that could push it into insolvency. My amendment would therefore prohibit any of the provisions of this subtitle from going into effect until the chief actuary of CMS can certify that the HI Trust Fund will be solvent for a decade out following implementation. I hope that my colleagues across the aisle can join me in this basic due diligence so that we can tell seniors and those making plans for when they do retire that the program will be there for them when they need it. The hospital insurance, or HI Trust Fund, that funds Part A of Medicare is expected to be insolvent in 2026, just 5 short years from today. If the HI Trust Fund goes insolvent, then benefits for seniors will be cut, and our promises to them will be broken. If my colleagues are sincere in their wish to improve outcomes for our seniors, we must first start with to ensure that we can keep the benefits that they currently have. I also want to point out that the pay-fors for expansion like this are yet more job-killing tax hikes on working families and small businesses, a pattern that we've seen during this markup. Instead of finding creative solutions to help Americans, the first impulse seems to be to tax small businesses. This is unacceptable. We'll crush our nation's economic spirit at a time when we need to be focusing on recovering by helping small businesses. Provisions like this that slap more taxes on the job creators could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. So many have fought so hard to stay open during the shutdowns. I can't imagine what it would be like to make it through that just to be forced to be closed, thanks to the Democrats' tax and regulation fixation. We should instead focus on finding solutions for Medicare that will make clear that the program will continue to serve seniors for the decades to come. We need more solutions like Medicare Advantage. Its plans deliver high-quality service to seniors with lower costs. For example, premiums in this year are projected to be 34% lower than in 2017, the lowest in 14 years. Since 2017, seniors enrolled in Medicare Advantage plans have seen about $3.4 billion in total savings. I hope that my colleagues across the aisle can work to help find creative solutions that make it easier for seniors to choose Medicare Advantage. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California reserve his point of order?
My turn then. Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Chair recognizes Mr. Doggett on the amendment.
For decades, the Republicans who voted against Medicare being created in the first place opposed it at every opportunity. When I got here to Congress, Newt Gingrich said, "Let it wither on the vine." And now we have an opportunity to strengthen and improve Medicare. And while they told us that they were interested in choice, it's become very evident that what they want is a mandate, a compulsion. They may be fearful of mask mandates, but they're not afraid of mandating that those who are in Medicare must go into private insurance plans and give up the Medicare that they've known and trusted. Some of the private plans may be fine. Some have significant limitations that do not exist under traditional Medicare, but they're not satisfied with that. And they've used every trick in the book here with these various amendments, professing concern about Medicare solvency when Medicare is not insolvent, when they've enacted programs that had no concern for Medicare solvency, when they voted to cut the Affordable Care Act out of its existence, which would have reduced the solvency of Medicare, and when there are practical ways like redirecting an existing revenue source to extend Medicare solvency. What this is all about is refusing to honor a program that works for Americans, for seniors that have chosen to stay in traditional Medicare, and say to them, it is certainly your right with this expansion to get a pair of glasses if you can't get one on your own, to get a hearing aid if you need it, and eventually to get the dental care that will be so important to these seniors. I know that it is a cause of great concern to those who believe they can privatize everything, that we have a program like Medicare that has worked so well to help so many, that has given them dignity in their senior years. Today, we take another step forward in assuring that that dignity is full with reference to vision, with reference to hearing, with reference to dental. Let's reject this amendment and move on to give these seniors the benefits that they deserve. I urge rejection of the amendment.
Question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the gentleman's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Dresser, I ask the yeas and nays.
The gentleman has asked for the yeas and nays, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
I know.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
No.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene?
Delbene votes no.
Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Nobody votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Aye. Brady votes aye.
He votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes yes.
Mr. Nunes votes yes. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, yes.
Mr. Reed votes yes. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri votes yes. Mr. Rice? Yes. Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Schweikert?
Yes.
Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood is yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn?
Yes.
Mr. Hearn votes yes. Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Boyle?
Yes. Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 noes and 18 ayes.
There being 25 noes and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments in the nature of a substitute? The gentleman from Arizona is recognized. Mr.
Mr.
Schweikert.
Chairman, I have.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I reserve a
Thompson.
point of order.
The gentleman is reserved a point of order. The gentleman is recognized as we pass out his amendment. Speak on the amendment.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to touch on a couple things because this is actually a subject area I care a lot about. That I'm frustrated because I hear people saying, members who are very smart, but I think a lot of the facts are now a decade plus old. According to the Biden administration, next year, 49% of seniors on Medicare will be on an MA plan. And the reason it's not the majority is because there's parts of the country where you can't get one, but as MA plans expand. So you are actually now seeing the majority. In a community like mine, I think in Maricopa County, I think there's more than 50 choices. But let's back up to something I care about. Seems to be a dispute. Some people are talking about the Medicare Trust Fund. Once again, that's only Part A. The vast majority of the other parts of the spending come right out of the general fund. You all know that, but yet we avoid telling the public the reality. And I tried putting up this chart because it's uncomfortable. The next 3 decades, and this is before the crazy spending of the last 24 months, $100+ trillion of publicly borrowed money over the next 3 decades, and the vast majority of it is just the pay for Medicare. Interesting thing, 31% of that Medicare spending is just diabetes. If you care about dealing with a debt crisis, change the cost of healthcare, not the financing. Once again, Obamacare, the Republican alternative, Medicare for all are financing bills. They're not about what we pay, it's who gets subsidized and who has to pay. We have our intellects sort of screwed up here where we associate who the payer is and how you pay as healthcare. It's what we pay for the healthcare. The other thing I'm going to ask us to get our heads around, if 31% of Medicare spending is just diabetes, $1 in $4 spent in all healthcare is just diabetes. 38% of Medicaid benefits or 33% will have diabetes. Why aren't we doing something disruptive and revolutionary instead of having this weird debate of, well, we're going to span this, and then the Democrats maybe Tuesday are going to tell us how they're going to pay for it. Maybe they're going to try to pay for it by grabbing money out of the Medicare Advantage plans because for some reason they don't like it, which is intellectually not consistent with all their other positions on managed care. But we'll work through that. This is not a place where we reward intellectual consistency. But why don't we take an honest attack at the drivers of healthcare costs? 5% of our brothers and sisters with chronic conditions are the majority of our healthcare spending. If you want to have a revolution in dealing with the debt, but stopping the misery, you keep looking at these pieces of legislation I can't imagine that the left's theory is, well, the way we're going to help diabetes is we'll just build more clinics and we'll help people manage their misery. My pitch, and you don't have to call it an Operation Warp Speed, but whether it be on diabetes as an amendment or in minority health or women's health or Alzheimer's, let's move our resources to be curative. Let's stop the misery. Let's actually have the disruption, just like we came up with a drug to cure Hep C. We know the messenger RNA vaccination, we're on the cusp of having a vaccination for HIV, for herpes, for so many other diseases that plague the world. Let's stop playing this game of who gets subsidized, who pays. Why don't we have the revolution of curing our brothers and sisters who suffer and moving our money that way? And I think that's where you bring Republicans and Democrats together. And the long-term future is really good for my 5-year-old daughter who doesn't have to face $100+ trillion of publicly borrowed money that was mostly to finance our healthcare costs. Let's disrupt the healthcare costs. This amendment is to move money around. And look, my fixation is diabetes, but I put in the other Democrat priorities here saying, because all these are cost drivers of that 5% that are the majority of our healthcare spend. And this would be the kindest, most compassionate thing you could do for our society. And yes, it's expensive. But the window is, as you proved with just how we just moved messenger RNA vaccinations, we leaped 10 years in the technology. Let's actually do something of fixating on curing people instead of helping them manage their suffering. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, do you insist on your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order that under Clause 7 of Rule 16, the amendment is not germane because the amendment deals with subject matter outside the matter under consideration.
The gentleman has made a point of order that the proposed amendment is not germane. Does any member wish to be heard on the point of order? If there is not further discussion, the chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. The gentleman from California makes a point of order that the amendment proposed in this section is not germane. Under Clause 7 of House Rule 16, no proposition shall be admitted under the color of this amendment if it would condition the bill's effect on unrelated contingency. As such, the amendment is outside the scope of the bill and fails the basic test of germaneness. The chair rules the amendment is not in order and that the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Schweiker.
Mr. Schweiker.
Mr. Chairman, forgive my being persnickety. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair.
The gentleman has,
Mr. Chairman, I move the table.
And the gentleman from California has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to.
Recorded.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman would like a recorded vote.
Thank you.
And the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett.
Doggett votes aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Aye. Mr. Blumenauer votes aye. Mr. Kind.
Kind, aye.
Mr. Kind votes aye. Mr. Pascrell.
Yeah, I'm going to vote yes, Mr. Chairman. I had a question, though, if you get time to answer that.
No, we're in the middle of a vote, Mr.
Well, can I just ask the question rhetorically?
Yeah, we're in the middle of a vote.
Mr. Davis.
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Sanchez.
Sanchez votes aye.
Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene votes aye. Ms. Chu.
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu votes aye. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee votes aye.
Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Boyle.
Boyle votes aye.
Mr. Boyle votes aye. Mr. Byer.
Byer votes aye.
Mr. Byer votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans. Mr. Schneider.
Schneider votes aye.
Mr. Schneider votes aye. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes aye. Miss Murphy,
Murphy votes aye.
Miss Murphy votes aye. Mr. Gomez, Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Horsford, Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Plaskett,
Plaskett votes aye.
Miss Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Brady, Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunes,
Nunes votes no.
Mr. Nunes votes no. Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Smith of Nebraska,
Smith, I'm sorry,
Mr. Smith of Nebraska
votes no.
votes, Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes no. Mr. Reed,
Reed votes no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri, Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice, Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert,
No.
Mr. Schweikert votes no. Miss Walorski,
No.
Miss Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood,
No.
Mr. LaHood votes no. Dr. Wenstrup,
No.
Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington,
No.
Mr. Arrington votes no. Dr. Ferguson, Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes, Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker, Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn, Mr. Hearn votes no. Mrs. Miller,
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Evans,
Aye.
Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Swazi,
Swazi votes yes.
Mr. Swazi votes yes. Mr. Buchanan,
Buchanan votes no.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Would the clerk report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 ayes and 18 noes.
There being 25 ayes and 18 noes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments? We're prepared to move on. If there are no further amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Let me now recognize Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report Part 4 of Subtitle E, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to medical, dental, hearing, and vision coverage as amended to the Committee on Budget.
The question is on transmitting Part 4 of Subtitle E as amended to the House Committee on the Budget. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and Part 4 of Subtitle E as amended is ordered transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget.
On that, I ask for recorded vote.
Gentleman from Texas, the ranking member, Mr. Brady, has asked for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett,
Aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson,
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson,
Yes.
Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer,
Blumenauer, aye.
Mr. Blumenauer votes aye. Mr. Kind,
Kind, aye.
Mr. Kind votes aye. Mr. Pasquale,
Pascal votes yes.
Mr. Pasquale votes yes. Mr. Davis,
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Miss Sanchez,
Sanchez is aye.
Miss Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Higgins,
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Miss Sewell, Miss Sewell votes yes. Miss Delbene, Miss Delbene votes aye. Miss Chu,
Chu votes aye.
Miss Chu votes aye. Miss Moore, Miss Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee, Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Boyle,
Boyle votes aye.
Mr. Boyle votes aye. Mr. Byer,
Byer votes aye.
Mr. Byer votes aye. Mr. Evans,
Evans vote aye.
Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Schneider,
Schneider votes aye.
Mr. Schneider votes aye. Mr. Swazi,
Swazi, aye.
Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Panetta, Mr. Panetta votes aye. Miss Murphy,
Murphy votes no.
Miss Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez,
Gomez, aye.
Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Horsford, Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Brady?
Brady, no.
Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes no.
Mr. Nunez votes no. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan, no.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes no.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes no. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert?
No.
Mr. Schweikert votes no. Ms. Walorski?
No.
Ms. Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood votes no. Dr. Wenstrup?
No.
Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington?
No.
Mr. Arrington votes no. Dr. Ferguson? No. Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn?
No.
Mr. Hearn votes no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 24 ayes and 19 noes.
There being 24 ayes and 19 noes, the motion is agreed. Part 4 of Subtitle E as amended is ordered transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget. Without objection, staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the committee print, and members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. Our next order of business is Part 1 of Subtitle E, the Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to pathways to health careers. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for the purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in studying the effects of the coronavirus pandemic on the healthcare workforce, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services found that allied healthcare professions were disproportionately impacted during the pandemic, and that the health field is currently suffering a shortage of such workers. Given that the Health Profession Opportunity Grant, or HPOG, program trains workers for careers in the allied health professions, we urgently need to reauthorize and expand this program before it expires on September 30th, 2021, so that HPOGs can be a part of the solution to build back better our healthcare workforce. We know that allied healthcare employees such as certified nursing assistants, physician assistants, phlebotomists, x-ray technicians, and medical building specialists are overwhelmingly women, mothers, and many are people of color. Thus, investing in allied healthcare professionals is both an economic recovery issue and a race and gender equity issue. Given the critical role of healthcare in this pandemic crisis, and given that healthcare is one of the fastest growing industries in the nation, now is the time to invest in workers with barriers to employment to enter health careers that are in high demand within their local areas, simultaneously connecting people to the labor force and helping states across the country to address shortages of health professionals in their communities. The HPOG model combines high caliber job training with critical workforce supports targeted to low-income parents seeking good-paying health careers. It uses a career ladder approach to get people into health jobs quickly, provide the services they need to succeed, and continue to train these workers so that they can obtain higher paying jobs. All of this is key to helping workers lift their families out of poverty. For more than 11 years, we've studied the success of the Health Professional Opportunity Grant Program, and the results of the demonstration are impressive. Participants, predominantly women, single parents, workers from racial and ethnic minority communities, and individuals who did not finish high school, overwhelmingly completed their training, were employed, and were simultaneously enrolled in higher level training to stack their credentials. We know this program works, and we ought to continue investing in it. Let's seize this opportunity to invest in vulnerable workers with evidence-based training and supports to grow our workforce, strengthen our economy, and improve the health of our communities. And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record dozens of letters of support from HPOG community.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of their $3.5 trillion expansion of the welfare state, Democrats want to quadruple funding for a program that has proven to be ineffective at helping low-income individuals find jobs. I want to remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that American taxpayers already fund a social safety net to the tune of more than 80 programs and $1 trillion every year. All these new programs and expansions are just piled up on top of a broken, fragmented system that's already failing our most vulnerable families and children. But instead of doing the hard work to streamline, modernize, and redesign our existing safety net, Democrats want us to double down on broken forever programs. We know from rigorous evaluations the Health Profession Opportunity Grants, or HPOGs program, has little to no impact on the earnings or employment participants. A 10-year, $100 million gold standard randomized control trial evaluation conducted by HHS found no evidence of the program's impact on recipient earnings or employment. A November 2019 report issued by the HHS Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation looked at outcomes of participants 3 years after completion. The report found, quote, the HPOG logic model suggests the training and services provided by HPOGs should produce earning gains for participants. However, despite the increase in training completion, we found no evidence of earnings impacting in the 3 year after random assignment. Now, as typically, Democrats want to quadruple funding for an ineffective program. Now is not the time to massively expand programs that fail to demonstrate measurable results. I'm a strong believer in evaluation and building evidence to help ensure federal taxpayer dollars are invested as effectively as possible to improve outcomes for children and families. As a committee, we have to work together on a bipartisan basis, and we have to introduce evidence-based policymaking into child welfare programs, creating the Families First evidence-based clearinghouse and providing federal funding for programs with proven results, such as the Maternal Infant Early Childhood Home Visiting Program, or MCV. Providing, as good stewards of taxpayer funds, we should be working on funding programs that are producing results, such as MCV. I'm also concerned about the duplication HPOG has with other existing workforce programs. States have the ability to use TANF funds for similar activities targeted by the same population. HHS also operates a Health Career Opportunity Program, or HCOP, focused on disadvantaged populations. Additionally, the Department of Labor runs a rural health professions program. We should make sure all of these programs are aligned and not duplicative. Republicans support funding what works and backing evidence-based programs that produce meaningful results for vulnerable populations. As leaders, we should be seeking to align funding with the pursuit of measurable goals that will strengthen communities and accelerate opportunity for the most disadvantaged communities, not doubling down on failed programs. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. Let me now proceed. We will move to consideration of Part 1 of Subtitle E. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. This time I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. Now let me turn to Morna Miller, Staff Director for the Subcommittee on Worker and Family Support, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee print of Subtitle E, Part 1, Provisions Related to Health Careers, would amend Title 20 of the Social Security Act in order to invest in the continuation of and expansion of Health Professional Opportunity Grants, or HPOGs. HPOGs were originally funded as demonstration grants under Title 20 and are not currently authorized to receive grant funding in any future year. The committee print will provide a total of $425 million per year in fiscal years 2022 through 2026 for HPOG grants, which includes dedicated funding for Indian tribes and U.S. territories. The amendment in the nature of a substitute corrects a typographical error in the description of the grant cycle in the demonstration grant portion of the bill. This concludes my walkthrough. I'd be happy to answer any technical questions that members of the committee have.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Are there any questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Does anyone wish to strike the last word?
Mr. Pasquale.
Mr. Pasquale is recognized to strike the last word.
Chairman, I move to strike the last word. The Health Profession Opportunity Grant is a critical program that helps train and educate low-income Americans to be health professionals. As you know, as everybody in this room knows, the coronavirus has exposed the health system as it is, not as we wish it to be. Thousands of communities rely on this program. It's a lifeline that provides grants for training programs, career coaching, and job placement. Some states have multiple grantees in their cities and towns. There are 28 states, New Jersey happens to be one of them, do not have one of these programs. This deficiency is precisely why I introduced the Health Opportunities to Promote Equity, or the HOPE Act. My legislation ensures every state has at least 2 grantees. Today, the HOPE Act is included in the bill before us, Pathways to Health Careers. Extends and expands the current demonstration grant program. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Is there any other member who wishes to strike the last word? The gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized. Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Chairman Neal.
Would you turn on your microphone, please?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Chairman Davis for introducing again the Health Professional Opportunity Grant Program and having it included in this reconciliation package. This package incorporates my bill, the Opportunities to Support Mothers and Deliver Children Act. This legislation provides competitive grant programs to low-income individuals for training pathways to become doulas and certified midwives. According to the March of Dimes, there are 7 million women of childbearing age who live in a community with limited access to maternal care, disproportionately impacting rural, urban, low-income women and mothers of color. In fact, Native American women and African American women in particular die in childbirth at 4 to 5 times of their counterparts of white women in the United States. And of course, in the United States, it's literally at the top of the list in OECD countries in terms of maternal deaths. But doulas and midwives have been at the forefront of this healthcare crisis by providing much needed support for birthing persons, especially those who are at risk. It makes a difference in helping to address infant and maternal mortality when you have a doula or midwife that looks like the patient, that has lived in the community, has experienced what these women experience Expanding the training for these non-clinical and healthcare professionals will increase access to these critical services, increase cultural competency, and elevate patient-centered care. I do want to respond to something that has been said about the efficacy of this program. I was here when we really established the fact that the intensity and the length of the program does matter and does have an impact on the outcomes. I also want to reiterate that many of the people who are targeted for the Health Professional Opportunity Grant programs are people who are actual former or potential welfare recipients. There's a lot of discussion on this committee about the work prospects of these women. And so to compare training where you can stack credentials on top of each other, we're in an era where it's been mentioned many times here that there are 10,000 baby boomers turning 65 every day. And to be able to stack healthcare credentials on top of each other to move up a career ladder in health is certainly a futuristic goal that we ought to be striving toward in terms of training potential welfare recipients and giving them some viable work versus the work that we usually put them through with these workfare programs. This is a more sustainable opportunity. So by making the HPOG program permanent, we can provide unprecedented training opportunities that would help us tackle our perinatal healthcare worker shortage, all the while combating our maternal health crisis. I want to thank the chairman again for including this important program in the reconciliation package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, to strike the last word. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to thank the good leader, Danny Davis, for his leadership on this.
Gentleman, turn on his microphone, please.
I thank the chairman, Danny Davis, having the pleasure of working with him and advocating for iPods and the importance of it. My congressional delegation is home to some of the nation's best hospitals: Chestnut Hill, Children's Hospital, Philadelphia, Jefferson, and Penn, which employ many of the ambitious health professionals. These constituents work day after day to improve the lives of patients and their families. HPOGs help participants move up the health care ladder, lifting them out of poverty and setting them on a path of economic security. HealthPass helps TANF patients and other low-income people to exceed in communities facing shortages in qualified health workers. HealthPass adds diversity in the health workforce. And I think it's important to recognize the importance to add diversity because of the chairman of the Ways and Means pushing the aspect of equity as a very important issue with the various leaders on this committee. This adds to that. The legislation will expand HPOG program, building on the proven success, and includes a bill I'm leading with Pennsylvania colleague Representative Brian Fitzpatrick that would encourage guarantees to offer peer support or mentoring for career coaching available and provide monthly cash stipends. I will urge all of my colleagues on the committee to support HPOG and the importance of what it does. It fits with the agenda as the chairman talks about building back better. I think we should all support it. I thank you and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, to strike the last word.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
During the last year and a half, our healthcare workforce has been worked to the bone under unimaginable conditions. These difficult conditions have only exacerbated the growing shortage of healthcare workers in the United States. In Los Angeles County, the area that I represent, 1.2 million people reside in areas without access to primary care, and it's only projected to grow. That's why I'm so pleased that the committee has included the reauthorization of the Health Professions Opportunity Grant Program in today's underlying bill. This is an important step in ensuring that more low-income individuals are given educational and training supports to achieve their professional goals. I'm particularly encouraged that this reauthorization incorporates key support services for people participating in an HPOG program from my bill. And it's from my bill HR 4171, the Essential Skills and Childcare for Health Professions Act. My bill ensures that adult basic skills, services, and childcare is provided as needed to enrollees in the HPOG program. Many individuals, especially immigrants, are interested in pursuing careers in healthcare, but may struggle with language competency, reading, writing, and other skills that holds them back from moving up a career pathway. Similarly, without reliable and affordable childcare, it's often impossible for parents to participate in a work training or educational program. The HPOG program has already shown success in helping women, people of color, and other populations that struggle to achieve the training they need to pursue a career as a nurse, paramedic, home health aide, and numerous other critical health professions. Expanding the number of HPOG grants and removing barriers that prevent people from achieving educational and professional success will lift more individuals out of poverty and create a more diverse healthcare workforce to meet the growing needs of patients in our communities. The committee has previously examined the benefits and strengths of the HPOG program, and I'm thrilled to see it advanced today. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
I thank the individual, Judy Chu, for her comments. We are now, I believe, prepared to move to the amendment section.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, hold on one second. Mr. Panetta and then Mr. Gomez are recognized. Is there anybody else that wishes to strike the last word?
Please, Your Honor. Please,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Panetta is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks to the committee and staff for including my bill, the Healthcare Training Act. This is legislation that expands, improves our health professional opportunity grant programs. Now, as we've heard, HPOGs are necessary because they provide participants with not just quality training, but also services and credentials that actually allow them to hit the ground running and start advancing right when they begin the job. Now, especially these days, I'm hearing from doctors, from hospitals, and from health clinics about not being able to find employees with quality training and experience ready to provide high quality care. The Healthcare Training Act will help remedy that issue by providing a career pathway approach with stackable credentials from entry to mid to high level trainings. For instance, for nursing, the training doesn't stop after becoming a certified nursing assistant or CNA. Instead, it creates a ladder for promotion with training for being a CNA, an LPN, or even an RN. So yeah, HPOGs provide applicants the opportunity to become and advance as either a nurse, a health and information technician, or even a surgical technician, which also makes HPOGs unique as that they take a different approach to job training programs by including supportive services from childcare to case management to income support and transportation services. HPOGs don't just unlock the potential for economic mobility, they can also help workers across the country lift up their families, lift up our communities, especially in my district on the Central Coast of California. That is why I'm supporting this, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I believe the gentleman from Texas is next, Mr. Doggett, recognized.
Thank you very much,
striking the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important title. For many non-traditional students in San Antonio, this has been an on-ramp with a tuition-free workforce training program that has been run by the Alamo colleges. This Health Profession Opportunity Grant has been an opportunity that has been used in collaboration with Project Quest, with Goodwill, and with the West Side and East Side Education and Training Centers. These students have the opportunity for a truly life-changing second chance at a new career in a meaningful, well-paying healthcare industry job that is very much needed. In 2 years, 250 students successfully finished the training, and 85% of those graduates found employment in jobs like certified nursing aides and pharmacy technicians. This is a win for the patients and for the newly minted healthcare providers who lift themselves out of poverty. This program is one that I've been particularly encouraged about, the role that community colleges can play and I've introduced the Promoting Health Careers in Community and Technical Colleges Act, H.R. 3931. That language is included within this title as the chairman has proposed it. It clarifies that community colleges across the country, like the Alamo colleges and other higher education institutions, will be eligible for these grants. I urge my colleagues to reauthorize and expand the health professional opportunity grants in all 50 states. And I know that there'll be other people who can build on the successes that have occurred under the leadership of Dr. Mike Flores and the trustees of the Alamo colleges. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm really happy that we're finally moving forward with the reauthorization of the Health Professionals Opportunity Grant Program. Democrats on this committee have made a concerted effort to advance equity, and that means lifting up the most vulnerable Americans by identifying its structural barriers that prevent participation and taking actionable steps to remove these barriers. HPOGs are a great example of our commitment to equity and advancing equity throughout the country. I want to thank the chairman for including my bill, the Tribal Health Careers Act, which sets aside HPOG funding for Indian tribes, tribal organizations, and tribal colleges and universities. Due to historic and systemic barriers, tribal communities are often excluded from resources and economic opportunities. My bill aims to provide Indigenous recipients with education and training to prepare them for high-demand, well-paying positions in the healthcare field. The advantages of HPOGs are not only beneficial for grant recipients, but also for the medical community, which often lacks diversity in its workforce. HPOGs help avoid the preventable negative health outcomes that arise in communities of color due to the lack of diverse representative staffing. I'm proud our committee continues to work and develop policy initiatives that aim to protect and empower underserved and underrepresented communities. And I urge my colleagues to vote aye on this important piece of legislation. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I believe we are now prepared to move to the amendment section. And the chair is...
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Ms. Miller?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order. The gentlelady's amendment will be passed out. And in a moment, we'll have her speak on her amendment.
Good job, Chuck. Come on. Totally. It's good. It's all right. You got good points.
The gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady. As many of my colleagues have pointed out, HPOG programs are deeply flawed and ineffective. Funding the program at $425 million a year is an absolute ludicrous use of our taxpayer dollars. That's $2.1 billion over the life of the program for a program that does not work. Why are we throwing money away on a program that has proven through scientific controlled studies that were conducted under HHS over the last decade to be utterly ineffective at improving employment or wage growth for low-income workers? Why do we think expanding this broken program nationwide would have any other different impact? There is no evidence that it would, and Congress, as the fiduciary of the tax dollars Americans entrust us to spend on their behalf, must not waste this money and further erode public trust in our institution. Doing something over and over again that we know does not work, but expecting a different result, has often been called the definition of insanity. That is why my amendment today will redirect all of the funding for HPOG programs to funding proven maternal infant, and early childhood home visiting programs, known as MICV programs. These programs are proven to help low-income new or expecting mothers by meeting them where they are with their individual needs. MICV builds upon decades of scientific research showing that home visits by a nurse, social worker, early childhood educator, or other trained professionals during pregnancy and in the first years of a child's life helps prevent child abuse and neglect, supports positive parenting, improves maternal and child health, and promotes child development and school readiness. In my home state of West Virginia, the MICV program serves 3,600 participants across at-risk communities. West Virginia's evidence-based program models provide services such as intimate partner screenings for domestic violence, depression screenings, and 3 months of enrollment in early language and literacy activities. My amendment would make sure that this new expansion of funding would make smarter investments of taxpayer dollars, and even more important, actually help improve the lives, health, and well-being of the new moms and their babies. Yesterday, many across the aisle asserted that my Republican colleagues and I only care about babies when they are within the womb. My amendment today gives my Democrat colleagues a chance to join us in voting to fully fund a program that will provide care to the newly born and their mothers. Put your words into actions. I urge an aye vote on my amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order that under Clause 7 of Rule 16, the amendment is not germane because the amendment deals with subject matter outside of the matter under consideration.
The gentleman has made a point of order that the proposed amendment is not germane. Does any member wish to be heard on that point of order?
I appeal.
Is there any further discussion? And if not, the chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. The gentleman from California makes a point of order that the amendment proposed to this section is not germane. Under Clause 7 of Rule 16, no proposition on a subject different from that under the consideration of the underlying bill shall be admitted under the color of the amendment. As such, the amendment is outside the scope of the bill and fails the basic test of germaneness. The chair rules that the amendment is not in order and that the point of order is sustained.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
The gentlelady has appealed the ruling of the chair. Mr. Thompson.
Move to table.
Mr. Thompson has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to.
I request a recorded
The
vote.
gentlelady has requested a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett,
Doggett votes no. Yes. Doggett votes aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Kind?
Kind, aye.
Mr. Kind votes aye. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal votes yes.
Mr. Pascrell votes yes. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes yes.
Ms. Sewell votes yes. Ms. Del Bene?
Del Bene votes yes.
Ms. Del Bene votes yes. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu votes aye. Ms. Moore?
Ms. Moore votes aye.
Ms. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes aye.
Mr. Boyle votes aye. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes aye.
Mr. Byer votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes aye.
Mr. Schneider votes aye. Mr. Swazi?
Aye. Swazi, aye.
Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, Ms. Plaskett,
Plaskett
Ms.
votes aye.
Plaskett, Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Brady,
Brady votes no.
Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunes,
Nunes votes no.
Mr. Nunes votes no. Mr. Buchanan,
Buchanan votes no.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Smith,
Smith votes no.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Reed,
Reed votes no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri, Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice, Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert, Mr. Schweikert votes no. Ms. Walorski,
No.
Ms. Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood,
No.
Mr. LaHood votes no. Dr. Wenstrup,
No.
Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington, Mr. Arrington, Dr. Ferguson, Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes, Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker, Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn, Mr. Hearn, Miss Miller,
No.
Hearn votes no.
Miss Miller votes no.
Mr. Hearn votes no.
Sorry, could you repeat
Mr.
yourself?
Mr. Hearn
Mr.
votes
Hearn
no.
votes. Got it. Mr. Hearn votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer votes aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's a no.
Mr. Arrington votes no. Mr. Chair?
Aye.
Mr. Chair votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chair, I have 25 ayes and 18 noes.
25 ayes, 18 noes. The ruling of the chair is sustained. If there are no other amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Let me now recognize Mr. Thompson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report Part 1 of Subtitle E, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to pathways to health careers as amended to the Committee on Budget.
The question is on transmitting the bill, Part 1 of Subtitle E as amended to the House Committee on the Budget. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and Part 1 of Subtitle E as amended is ordered transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget.
On that, I ask a recorded vote.
Mr. Brady has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, aye.
Mr. Blumenauer votes aye. Mr. Kind?
Kind, aye.
Mr. Kind votes aye. Mr. Pascal?
Pascal, yes.
Mr. Pascal votes yes. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes aye.
Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes yes.
Ms. Sewell votes yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes aye. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu votes aye. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Ms. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes aye.
Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes aye.
Mr. Boyle votes aye. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes aye.
Mr. Byer votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes aye.
Mr. Schneider votes aye. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, aye.
Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Brady?
No.
Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes no.
Mr. Nunes votes no. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan, no.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes no. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri? No. Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert?
No.
Mr. Schweikert votes no. Ms. Walorski? No. Ms. Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood votes no.
No.
Dr. Wenstrup?
No.
Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington?
No.
Mr. Arrington votes no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn?
No.
Mr. Hearn votes
No.
no. Mrs. Miller? No. Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 24 ayes and 19 noes.
There being 24 ayes and 19 noes, the motion is agreed to. Part 1 of Subtitle E is amended, is ordered transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget. Without objection, staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the committee print, and members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. We now turn to Subtitle E, Budget Reconciliation Recommendations relating to elder justice, which will fund vital elder justice programs that help protect America's seniors and those living with disabilities. The U.S. population is aging, and we need policies to help Americans age and live safely in place without facing the risk of experiencing various forms of maltreatment. Investments we are considering will fund programs included in the Elder Justice Act, which was first authorized in 2010, but over the last few years never received the resources needed to reach its potential. This funding includes increased support for state and local adult protective service offices and long-term care ombudsman programs to better detect and prevent elder abuse, neglect, and exploitation. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts received $3.6 million from this funding, and we provided in the American Rescue Plan to support these vital services, and other states have also benefited. Texas, $11 million, Illinois, $6 million, Florida, more than $12 million, all for work to address maltreatment, including abuse, neglect, isolation, and exploitation. We also include funding for 3 new programs that address vital gaps in care for older adults. The first recruits and supports that workers in long-term care settings will enjoy include nursing homes. The second provides grants to community-based organizations to address social isolation. And the third firms up the linkages between our social supports and our healthcare system, with legal supports aimed at helping vulnerable adults. In particular, I want to thank Representatives Horsford, Sanchez, and Bonamici for their tireless effort on these investments. And of course, in the Senate, Chairman Wyden has companion legislation to my bill, H.R. 4969, which served as the inspiration for this budget proposal. The Elder Justice Coalition called the plan the most comprehensive elder justice legislation introduced since the original act. I look forward to this committee's thoughtful consideration of these measures that will provide critical resources for our nation's seniors, Americans with disabilities, and our current and future health professionals. Now let me recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Walorski, for the purposes of an opening statement. Ms. Walorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The majority's playbook is coming more and more into focus. Democrats are in a hurry to push through huge new duplicative spending programs, recklessly jamming through programs without conducting the proper oversight or asking questions if the program is working or even necessary. I wholeheartedly support preventing elder abuse, but I'm concerned this program isn't living up to its promises. Today, we should pump the brakes on this provision and work on this issue in a bipartisan manner. This title would create a loosely defined $4 billion grant program with a buffet of random supportive services for individuals who work with the elderly, such as home health aides and nursing home workers, including workforce training, student loan repayment, tuition assistance, guaranteed childcare, and funding to provide employees with not less than 2 weeks of paid leave. But I have to ask this question. Was I here yesterday, or did Democrats not just pass out of committee $27 billion in new funding for childcare and a brand new $570 billion paid family and medical leave entitlement program? And also, let's not forget that education and labor Democrats are marking up another $450 billion for childcare and universal pre-K at $55 billion for free community college. In addition to all that new spending, we have the Social Services Block Grant, SSBG, which is an existing $1.6 billion program that provides funding for adult protective services similar to those described in this title. Just look at this chart behind me. This is the existing programs and expanding the welfare state. Why in the world are you proposing another $4 billion specialty program for the same worker supports? Are nursing home workers not covered under these new entitlements? Maybe Democrats were worried and didn't want to assume, so they felt the need to call out this particular group of workers. My colleagues yesterday seemed to argue pretty strongly, though, when corresponding with Dr. Winstrup, proposing we not assume Afghan special immigrant visa holders would be included in a brand new child care program. Democrats on this committee said his amendment was redundant and not a point worthy of clarification. So this provision must be somebody's pet program and just got thrown into the grab bag with everything else. Instead of creating massive new government programs and spending on duplicative pet projects, we should sit down, properly evaluate this program so we can ensure it achieves evidence-based outcomes for the intended population. I urge my colleagues to oppose these provisions and yield back.
The committee will now proceed to consideration of Part 2 of Subtitle E. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purposes of amendment. Let me now turn to Mona Miller, Staff Director for the Subcommittee on Worker and Family Support, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee print of Subtitle E, Part 2, Provisions Related to Elder Justice, would amend Title 20 of the Social Security Act in order to invest in protecting vulnerable seniors and people with disabilities from harm and exploitation. The print specifically includes investments in protecting vulnerable adults in care settings by ensuring adequate and well-qualified staffing, dedicated funding for adult protective services, investment in a long-term care ombudsman, and investments to fill structural gaps in the protective services currently available to vulnerable adults, such as grants to combat social isolation. The amendment in the nature of a substitute corrects a typographical error in the heading for Section 134201. It also clarifies the period of funding availability for funds under Section 2047. The amendment in the nature of a substitute provides the same amount of funding as the committee print, but it provides it as an appropriation of the full amount in fiscal year 2022 to remain available through fiscal year 2028, rather than an annual appropriation in each of the fiscal years 2022 through 2025. That concludes my walkthrough. I would be happy to answer any technical questions that members of the committee have about the amendment of the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Are there any questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Does anyone wish to strike the last word? Are there amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson.
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order. As Mr. Kelly will pass out the amendment, he will then proceed. I'm good. The gentleman is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, we can all debate the merits of a new training program created by this bill, and we should. should have had a hearing. We should have had debate. We should have been able to talk about it under regular order. I think we all would have welcomed that, and we're not going to have that chance. But to stuff what is potentially a duplicative program into a huge $1 trillion spending package that is being pushed through with an expedited process is just not the right thing to do. GAO has identified 44 employment and training programs that provide similar services to similar populations. How do we know the new program in this bill is not duplicative? We do not need to risk wasting taxpayer dollars on another duplicative government program. If we really care about seniors, we should be ensuring the solvency of the existing safety net programs already in place for supporting the health and well-being of our seniors. These conclude Medicare, Social Security, Adult Protective Services, Meals on Wheels, and just to name a few. As my colleague on the other side of the aisle said yesterday, as legislators, we have to make tough choices. We do not have an unlimited checkbook. Just this week, President Biden gave Congress a laundry list of emergency and disaster relief funding needed for the new fiscal year. My amendment would redirect the $4 billion in this title as a down payment to pay the bills that are already coming due. In his request, the president is asking for $8 billion for the Office of Refugee Resettlement to deal with the surge of unaccompanied children coming over the border because the Biden administration has failed to secure that border. In August, on just one day, border agents took 834 unaccompanied migrant children into custody, the highest daily total recorded since the Biden administration started releasing data in late March. My colleague, Ms. Malorski, and I have been working together since the beginning of this year to draw attention to the humanitarian tragedy unfolding at our nation's border and how it has impacted facilities and homes currently being used for domestic foster care placements for children. With greater than 400,000 children and youth in foster care nationwide, our foster care program already faces tremendous challenges finding homes for our country's most vulnerable children. Most of these agencies are through the faith-based community. In my own district in Erie, Pennsylvania, we welcomed 144 young girls this spring from the border into our community. After only 11 days, the girls were removed and sent elsewhere. I personally went to that facility to see how these children were being handled. The day before I went up and I made this appointment through HHS, they said, you know what? Half the girls left this morning. I said, okay, fine. Are there any left? They said, yes, there are, but they all have COVID and you can't see them. I've asked HHS for an explanation and for documents about what happened to all these little girls. And I still haven't gotten a response. How do we know that these young children are being cared for? How do we know that the domestic foster care system is not impacted by this influx of children at the border? These are questions that deserve answers, and we need transparency. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Malewski and I have been working and sent letters to HHS, one in April 14th of 2001, another in April 21st of 2021, another April 23rd, 2021, and another on June 4th, 2021. All these letters to HHS and all of them not answered. I'd like to submit these for the record.
So ordered.
Now, instead of focusing on the emergency right in front of us, Democrats are going on a credit card spending spree with American taxpayer dollars, making promises about free stuff and leaving all these past due bills unopened. There's an old saying that you should measure twice and cut once, and that you can only spend $1 one time. So you got to really concentrate that return on that spending is really in the positive manner, especially for the people who supplied that dollar, and those are hardworking American taxpayers. My friends on the other side have an opportunity to show us what their priorities are by voting for this amendment and voting to show some fiscal responsibility to hardworking American taxpayers who are shouldering all this debt. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does Mr. Thompson insist upon his point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order that under Clause 7 of Rule 16, the amendment is not germane because the amendment deals with subject matter outside that of the matter under consideration.
The gentleman has made a point of order that the proposed amendment is not germane. Does any member wish to be heard on the point of order? Is there any further discussion? And if not, the chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. The gentleman from California makes a point of order that the amendment proposed to this section is not germane. Under Clause 7 of Rule 16, no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration of the underlying bill shall be admitted under the color of this amendment. As such, the amendment is outside the scope of the bill and fails the basic test of germaneness. The chair rules that the amendment is not in order and that the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Kelly has appealed the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Thompson.
I move to table.
Mr. Thompson has moved to table the ruling of the chair. Mr. Kelly's challenge. The question is on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, we have a requested vote,
Kelly
a recorded vote.
requested a recorded vote.
Looking at that 4 o'clock. Yeah.
A pause for 1 second to allow technology to catch up, and then we will take the recorded vote.
It was pretty good today, too, didn't he? You're responsible for all these technological delays. I'll go back over.
The question is on the motion to table the ruling of the chair, and the clerk will call the roll. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed,
Aye.
no. The chair believes the ayes have it, so repeating that segment, and now we will proceed to a roll call.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, aye.
Mr. Blumenauer votes aye. Mr. Kind?
Kind, aye.
Mr. Kind votes aye. Mr. Pascal? Mr. Pascal votes yes. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes yes.
Ms. Sewell votes yes. Ms. Dalbene? Ms. Dalbene votes aye. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu votes aye. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Ms. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee?
Gildy votes aye.
Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes aye.
Mr. Boyle votes aye. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes aye.
Mr. Byer votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes aye.
Mr. Schneider votes aye. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, aye.
Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Brady?
No.
Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes no.
Mr. Nunes votes no. Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith of Nebraska votes no.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes no. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood votes no. Dr. Wenstrup?
No.
Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington?
No.
Mr. Arrington votes no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn?
No.
Mr. Hearn votes no. Mrs. Miller? No. Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 yeses and 18 noes.
25 ayes and 18 noes. The ruling of the chair is sustained. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If there are no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Now let me recognize Mr. Thompson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report Part 2 of Subtitle E, Budget Reconciliation and Legislative Recommendations relating to elder justice as amended to the Committee on Budget.
The question is on transmitting Part 2 of Subtitle E as amended to the House Committee on the Budget. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is
Mr.
agreed
Chairman,
to.
I ask for a record vote.
As amended in order to be transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget, and the gentleman requests a recorded vote.
Correct.
The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes aye.
Mr. Doggett votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson votes yes. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes yes.
Mr. Blumenauer votes yes. Mr. Kind?
Kind, aye.
Mr. Kind votes aye. Mr. Pasquale? Mr. Pasquale votes yes. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes aye.
Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes aye. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes aye.
Ms. Chu votes aye. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Ms. Moore votes aye. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes aye.
Mr. Kildee votes aye. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle, aye.
Mr. Boyle votes aye. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes aye.
Mr. Schneider votes aye. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, aye.
Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes no.
Mr. Nunes votes no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan?
Votes no.
Mr. Buchanan votes no. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes no.
Mr. Reed votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith of Missouri votes no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski votes no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood votes no. Dr. Wenstrup? Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Mr. Arrington?
No.
Mr. Arrington votes no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller?
No.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 24 ayes and 18 noes.
There being 24 ayes and 18 noes, the motion is agreed. Part 2 of subtitle E is amended, and it is ordered transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget. Without objection, staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the committee print, and members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. Our next order of business is Part 3 of subtitle E, the budget reconciliation legislative recommendations related to skilled nursing home services. Let me recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale, for the purpose of offering an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our nursing home population has been disproportionately devastated by the COVID. While nursing facility residents are particularly vulnerable to COVID-19, there were existing gaps and deficiencies that went unaddressed before COVID. To deny this is to deny reality. There is no single solution to the myriad of problems that COVID-19 exposed. And I use the word exposed non-reservedly. It's a good reflection of what we faced in the COVID. Who was most vulnerable? Who was more apt? So there's no single solution to the myriad of problems, but significant improvements to staffing and oversight, along with better data systems and transparency, would increase quality and safety for residents and staff. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the important relationship between sufficient staffing and the safety of nursing homes and the residents. Understaffed facilities are 2 times more likely to have COVID-19 resident infections than comparable facilities with higher staffing levels. For years, researchers have linked low staffing levels to poor quality and patient safety violations. This provision addresses the unreliable and confusing ways we track and improve safety in nursing homes. It will ensure payment adequacy and that residents receive the best possible quality of care. They deserve nothing less. These common sense and long overdue investments will direct vital resources to these settings, which have become such sources of heartbreak and loss over the last 2 years. There's not one of us who hasn't experienced it, not only in our districts, but other districts in our state. This is an unprecedented investment in nursing home care. It fills a much needed gap in transparency, community, accountability, quality of care, and staffing. Nursing homes will now be better prepared to face future public health emergencies. This is not the time to let our foot off the gas in fighting for our seniors and people with disabilities that reside in nursing homes. Patients and staff deserve more, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I'm talking about not only those homes that have been controlled by the equity firms. I'm talking about homes across the country, regardless of who owns it, private, public, whatever. And we need to do something about it firmly to show all of us are concerned and doing something about it rather than crying in our beer. It's all yours, Mr. Chairman.
Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. We could have worked on a bipartisan basis to improve reporting at skilled nursing homes. In fact, during this pandemic, House Republicans have continually raised concerns that states like New York and Pennsylvania systematically reported false information about COVID related nursing home deaths, not only to families who have lost loved ones in their state, but to the rest of the country. They have engaged in this cover-up for partisan political purposes. The provisions before us today would advance our shared goal to ensure information from nursing homes is reported accurately and that the federal government holds states accountable for any inaccuracies. I wish my colleagues on the other side of the aisle had held governors in their home states to the same standard from the pandemic's outset. We will give them that opportunity today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to the amendments. Yield back.
The committee will now proceed to consideration of Part 3, Subtitle E. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. Let me now turn to Amy Hall, the staff director for the Subcommittee on Health, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Neal. Budget reconciliation legislative recommendations for Subtitle E relating to skilled nursing facilities builds on the work of the committee relating to improving patient safety and quality of care in nursing facilities, including 3 hearings over the past number of years. Improving patient safety
Section
and quality of care in nursing facilities,
funding
including
to
3
improve
hearings over
accuracy
the
and
past
reliability
number
of
of years.